welcome to another episode of On the Block with Jen. I'm glad to see y'all here early. There is so much to unpack, and I've been going crazy about this whole Chris Rock, Will Smith thing to the point where I think my voice is almost already lost. I want to bring up my guest right away. You know, I usually do my little monologue, but I want to bring up this guest right away because he's very important to this conversation. And I don't know how long I have him for, so I want him up right away. So I want to introduce Ty Rivera, the best LGBTQ comedian in the world. If you're not following him, you should. I'm going to bring him up right away. I'll get through all the pleasantries, I promise. And Alicia, hi, beautiful. What's up? Knowledge and Relationships, Manosphere Creed, YouTube watcher. Hello, hello, hello. Ty!
Good morning.
Good morning.
Is the mic all right on this computer? It said that it's good enough on this computer. That's what it said when I bought, because I bought the new MacBook Pro a couple months ago. And so I don't know how it sounds.
It sounds perfectly fine. You sound perfectly clear.
Okay, good, good.
I don't even use a mic. I'm a struggle streamer. I got like the MacBook Air. I don't even have a mic. I just have I'm Puerto Rican, so I got a built-in mic.
Yeah, you always sound good, so it's not like it messes it up. But I have friends that are fancy and they'll have a mic while they're, and I'm like, how do you even hook that? I don't even know how they hook it up, you know, like to their computer. But it is what it is, and I'm glad I sound good. So you saw the whole debacle. Were you watching last night?
I was not watching live. I saw
Nobody
only
was.
highlights, right? Who watches the Oscars anymore? I wasn't watching live. My daughter sent me the clip and she was like, Mom, it's getting ghetto. And every time she says that to me, I know something happened, right? So I was
Yeah.
like, what happened? And she sent me the clip and I was like, listen, a lot of things don't surprise me. A lot of things don't surprise me. I mean, we watch, we log on to YouTube and we see people get their heads chopped off, right?
Yeah.
Nothing surprises us. That surprised me. I was like, is this real? Did this really happen?
Yeah, well, that's the big debate right now because like I had just woken up yesterday and like, well, I'd been awake for only a couple hours, and then I was looking at social media, and then somebody was like, "Did anybody else did anybody hear what went on after the mics cut off?" And that's all they said. And then I looked in the comments, and then there was a clip of a Twitter somebody had shared, and that's where I saw it first. And then I was like, okay, let me check this out really quick. And then I recorded a video, and then I wake up today, and all of a sudden I hear that people are saying that it was fake, and I don't know what the benefit to that would be.
Right.
I mean, like I've heard people saying, like, they're trying to hide stuff about the Ukraine, but that sounds a little too conspiracy theory and far fetched to me, like because I don't know who I follow. I don't know where people get this stuff sometimes. I'm just like, what does that have to do with the Ukraine?
Right. No, I listen, I think that if you know the basic 101 of body language, just the basic, that was not acting. I don't think Chris Rock is that level an actor. He was stunned. He stumbled his words. He looked like everybody else looked like, is this happening? Did this just happen? You can tell he was thrown off. You can see it. You can see it. I
That's
mean,
what I noticed too. Yeah, it looked like he was trying to recover in the moment, like figure out what he was going to say next because he was just like stunned. And I think that it would have been blocked off better than that if it had been planned. But I don't know what happened. I mean, like, I really do feel like Will Smith is just tired of Jada embarrassing him. And I feel like if you look at her facial expression, she gives the eye roll. And then at first he's laughing.
right.
Will Smith was laughing himself. He looked like he was having a good time. But I think she pulled one of those, just give him a quick kick or a pinch on the thigh and be like, oh, you're just going to let somebody talk about me like that. And that's like the result of it. I don't think, you know, Will Smith has talked about it before. Like, everybody has this idea of Will Smith as like an action star, but Will Smith isn't really a manly man. Like, that's something that he's pretty much let us know in his kind of behind the scenes that he does for himself. And so when it comes to that, I think Will Smith was trying to do his best impression of what he thought a man should do.
Oh,
And like, that's what happens sometimes. That's what happens almost every time you see a guy that's not really a guy's guy try, it's like this weird where you're like, wait, what? I don't even know what happened now.
it did. You're right. It did look awkward because I think men that, and I've had a couple on the panel. I think men that are just live in their masculinity always look that way. And Will did look like I have to do something I have to defend my woman. I'm gonna go up and slap a guy.
Yeah, like he was putting it on, it didn't feel real. It didn't feel real. It felt like, are you joking right now? Even when he was yelling from the table. I mean, Chris Rock knew to take it serious because he had already been slapped once and probably didn't want to get slapped again. But for those of us watching at home, it was just like, this looks so, I think that's why everybody thinks it's fake, because Will Smith doesn't know how to pull off, being that kind of man.
Right. If it was like, say, a rapper, right? If it was like 50 Cent, no one would be thinking it was fake. I saw Nipsey Hussle, rest in peace, Nipsey Hussle, but he slapped somebody at an award show. You know what I mean? When they were like walking through, I don't know, the back way of whatever. He slapped somebody and people intervened, and nobody was like, oh, they were trying to, they're trying to hide the war in the Middle East. I'm like, these people are normal. They fight, they do drugs, they get mad, they get married, they cheat on their spouse. These are regular people. So it's funny to me whenever a celebrity goes through something, it's like, oh, that it was fake. They're actors. I'm like, actors go through things. I'm an actor. I know. I slap people.
It's just a regular actor thing to slap people.
It's like no, not at all. But it's like we go through things. So it's funny to me when people are like, no, well, they're actors. So it's like it seems like if you're an actor, there's no way you can ever have any real emotion about anything. There's just no way. You're an actor. And it's crazy. It's like with comedy. It's like if you're a comedian, say something funny. So what the fuck do you mean say something funny? Saying something funny is my fucking job, right? And if you catch something funny in between, then lucky you. But that's not what I do all day. I don't just go around, doing punchlines. I just had a show with comedians recently, my last show, and this was one of the questions. How are you going to handle hecklers? How are you going to handle people jumping on stage to attack you? No sooner said than done. This happens. So, Ty, I know you are no stranger to very controversial, pushing the envelope, going too far, right? In your rooms when you're headlining. What say you? I'm still flabbergasted.
Yeah, well, usually, believe it or not, usually it's the women that are more unruly like that, or more unruly like Will Smith was. Like usually men will sit in the back of the room and yell if they're going to heckle, but women are usually the ones that'll approach the stage or actually charge the stage in some cases. So, and I've had to deal with that before, but that's pretty clear because it's a woman, so it's not an option to hit her,
Right.
and so like you just kind of have to chill and wait for security to come and keep your composure. I had that happen to me a long time ago at the Ha Ha, and it was because this woman was heckling me, and I told her something about going back to the trailer park, and she came up on stage, and I just had to act like it was normal for the rest of the audience, even though it definitely was not normal even for me. And she was like yelling at me while she was on the stage, like right next to me. And it was just one of those situations where it's like, I just have to wait this out and let her yell until security comes. Security did come and grab her, and that turned out to not really be a problem. But I've never had anybody mad enough that they walked on stage and even tried to hit me. I mean, she was angry, but she just wanted to yell. I don't even know how you would handle that. And I think this really does set a bad precedent for, comedy moving forward, because the average person, it's already bad enough because everybody's talked about how since COVID, since we were all in lockdown, like when you get on a plane, all the fights people have had with flight attendants and just people kind of dealing with their being stir crazy. That's something I've dealt with quite a bit since we've come out of shutdown. Like when I go on the road, the audiences are particularly chatty. They do want to heckle a lot. So we've already been dealing with that. Now this kind of gives people the idea that if you don't like something that a comedian says, then you can just jump on the stage and hit him. And then there's going to be some justifiable reason, as far as he was talking about my wife, which when it comes to Jada and the alopecia thing, I don't really buy that as a thing because I had alopecia. And it is scary, but also I was dealing, because I had no medical insurance. And so I was dealing with it using urgent care and the clinic. Like between those two, that's how I was dealing with my alopecia. And even dealing with those limited means, within about a week, less than a week, I was able to figure out that, by process of elimination, that it was just alopecia, and it comes and it goes as it pleases, is the way that it works. Nobody knows what causes it. Nobody knows what causes it to go away. Alopecia is a little bit of a mystery. But if you've had all your blood work done, which you're dealing with Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith, they've got access to the best doctors. So if I could get it figured out within a week that I was fine, except for the fact that I was dealing with alopecia, and I'm dealing with the free clinic and urgent care. Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith figured that out probably within a couple of days. And it's like either wear wigs. There's so many options. Stop acting like alopecia is the big thing that, oh, it was so offensive. She's not dying of cancer and he did a cancer joke. Now
Right.
that I still wouldn't think that you should hit somebody over, but at least I could understand that level of emotion.
Right. And I was saying about the, and I don't want, and these are just opinions. You guys can disagree, but if you step to me on stage, I'm going to try to knock your block off. Okay. But these are just opinions. Some of you may disagree. That's fine. I'll open the chat up in a little while. But as far as alopecia, I have a relative who has severe alopecia. So I'm like, if Jada has alopecia, just my opinion, she has the mildest case I've ever seen. She looks like she has a buzz cut. My daughter cut her hair that low on a regular, just
Yeah.
and giggles. So she doesn't look deformed. She doesn't look handicapped. She doesn't look, Jada got a little spunk and attitude to her. She always has, you know what I mean? So I didn't see this wilting flower that needed to have a comedian smacked in the mouth while he was working for her to be whole again. I just didn't see it. Fine. You didn't think it was funny. Great. A lot of us think that a lot of shit isn't funny, but how did we get to a fucking world now where it's like we don't know how to change the channel anymore. We don't know how to unfollow. We don't know how to unfriend. We don't know how to say, you know what, this isn't working for me. I'm going to leave you to it, right? What happened to that? And I think Will Smith, with his position, with his power, because it's power, okay?
Oh, yeah.
It is power and it is influence. When you can assault a man on stage and have some of the biggest Hollywood stars come and act like you're the victim. Bradley Cooper hugging him. Are you okay? Sam Jackson high-fiving him. Anthony Hopkins saying, let's just all go back to the Oscars like Will said. Like Will said? Like Will said?
Denzel.
What the fuck is happening? This is like the Twilight Zone, the celebrity worship, the old boys club. Like, it is absolutely disgusting.
Well, yeah, and that's what a lot of people don't get because they had the Oscar so white thing, and really it has become all the way around whether you're whatever field you're in. It really has become about money and power rather than race anymore. I mean, like, I'm not going to say race is a complete non-factor, but that has definitely subsided substantially. Now it is more about just who's in there. Will Smith, Oscar winning actor, last night won an Oscar after smacking somebody. So, I mean, like, and I can understand they already had voted, they already decided who was going to win, so I can understand if that's the way it worked. But at that point, it should have been one of those situations where he had been removed from the theater and it was like, unfortunately, Will Smith isn't able to, accept his award right now. But instead, everything just goes off like nothing happened. And because it's Will Smith, I read today before I jumped on that the Academy is opening an inquiry into like what happened. And it's like, what happened? I think we all kind of saw what happened. What's the inquiry about? Just admit that you really don't want to do anything about it. Because that's what they do when they don't want to do anything about it. Oh, we're looking into it. It's like, just admit you want to just let it
I saw their tweet. Their first tweet was like, oh, we don't condone violence. And then skip. And then it's like, we're just celebrating all the Oscar winners that won Oscars tonight. Everybody go on about your lives. And I'm just afraid that it's setting a tone. I mean, I love comedy. I love comedians. They're dear to my heart. People have told me I should do comedy. I do not dare. It is a skill that I don't even want to perfect. I respect the craft. You guys are writers. It is not an easy job. I have people I love dearly who are comics. So I'm taking this personally. I've had to block some people on social media. I'm taking this personally because it's like, where is the protection? Where is the protection? You guys do your job literally 3 or 4 feet from the audience. Where's the protection? And for him to not be escorted out of the theater, and then have his bald-headed wife walk up and accept the Oscar, I was livid. He went up there and did his soliloquy with the tears rolling, the pursuit of happiness tears, and everybody just ate it up, hook, line, and sinker. I'm like, you don't get to assault someone and get escorted out of the club. I saw Mary J. Blige assault her husband her husbands in a club in New York City, and they escorted her ass out the club.
Well, that's usually the rules, you know, once you once you hit somebody, it's usually like you have to leave wherever you're at. They don't usually just let you go back to your seat and like especially accept an award after. It's just like, okay, that makes total sense, you know, but Brian Simpson, who's also a comic, had mentioned something about that last night. He was like, there is nothing more LA, or there's nothing more Hollywood than a man hitting somebody and still getting to accept an award the same night. And it's kind of true if you think about it. You know, Hollywood does have a history of abusive people still getting accolades.
What's up, Chef Shapino? Prime time to Wanna G and Alicia. What's up, beautiful? Thank you for coming in the room. No, you're right on time. Prime time. We're good. Another thing I wanted to address was he went partying after, and hard partying. Not like, you know what I mean, brooding and like, wow, we've all lost our temper. Let's be clear. We're not trying to be, self-righteous, like I would never, right? We've all lost our temper. And then you just get like really down on yourself because you're like, oh my God, I shouldn't have did that. I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have threw that knife at him. I should have, whatever it is that we did, right? Usually we're not happy about it. This dude went partying and he's dancing with his Oscar. And it's like, it was such a blatant fuck you to humanity and to victims. It was just, I'm partying, welcome to Miami. And everybody's dancing around him. Like, it reminded me of the film Devil's Advocate. Like, where all these evil people are just okay with being evil and hurting folks. And I don't know if you saw it, but Chris Rock released an apology that made me even more livid.
Well, I didn't see the apology yet, but I still don't understand, because I saw one of your commenters had said that Chris Rock deserved it and people need to be accountable for their mouths. He did a G.I. Jane joke. It's not like he, called her a whore or brought up any of the things with August Alsina or any of that stuff. It was just a joke about G.I. Jane, which is a bald joke. And it's like you said about the alopecia. When it comes to even the alopecia she has, she at least has fuzz on her head. Like, I admit that I had what could be considered a mild case. It was just like different size, like some were quarter size, some were nickel size, but they were completely baby smooth. And it was scary because it was like, this doesn't look like anything's ever going to grow there again. Right. Luckily it did, but it's like, what did he say that was so offensive that it deserved violence? That's what I don't understand. He didn't call her mother a whore. It wasn't like that kind of situation. It wasn't like he talked about their children. I mean, like, I don't think that there should ever be a reason for physical violence between adults. I just don't. I know some people are cool with that, or some people think there are things that weren't that. Okay, then I get that. But at the same time, to me, even if I did, this doesn't raise to that level. Just a simple G.I. Jane joke. And then there's some people that think that they're still mad because Chris Rock did that joke, the Oscar So White year, where he talked about Jada and how nobody invited her. So it's like, and it was a Rihanna joke. Even that to me wasn't particularly offensive. I mean, what has Chris Rock really done that warrants physical violence?
Right. I just think the Smiths in general, like, they're Hollywood royalty, right? So it's like, how dare thee speak of thou? That's what it seemed like to me, because Will, out of the two, it's obvious, right? And we don't know any of these people personally, but we've been on Earth long enough to gauge people and how their personalities are. Will is the happy-go-lucky, you know what I mean? He's the court jester, fine. He laughed at the joke, and it wasn't a sinister laugh like, yeah, I'm gonna get you later. It was like, ha, it was funny to him. It was funny to him before he got the evil eye.
Well, yeah. Yeah, then that's exactly what it was. Like, she sicked him on Chris Rock. And I don't think people should be so forgiving about this when it comes to Will and Jada. I think it's time for people to call them out like they are really behaving exactly like you said. Like, they're the king and queen. Nobody's allowed to say anything. Nobody's allowed to joke about them. No matter how benign the joke is, you're just not allowed to. And it really has been a buildup of Jada like saying that she has a problem with something, and then the public responds to it like it's really an issue. And there was a YouTube celebrity that Shane Dawson that had like done like his joke was completely out of line. I do 100% agree with that. But Jada made a really big deal about it, and it was like 5 or 6 years later. I mean, like it's when he made the joke, it was when Willow Smith had "Whip My Hair Back and Forth."
Mhm.
So that's all the way back then. And then this was like a year ago that it became a big deal. This joke that he made on YouTube, which wasn't really a joke. But anyway, my point is,
Did you remember what it was?
it wasn't a full on joke. It was just like a lot of people took it as him being borderline pedophilic because Shane Dawson did like a gesture like he was jerking off to Willow Smith's picture. But like I said, that was years ago. And the thing was, I took it more as him like making fun of the fact that they were sexualizing this young girl and making it seem like she was supposed to be sexually attractive when he
Right.
obviously didn't think so. That's the way I took it. But Jada Smith took it as like, oh, this, I can't believe somebody would be this disgusting. This is, pedophile behavior. And it was just like, really? Does it have to be that big of a thing? So, like for me, I'm just tired of Jada and Will altogether. And, I think they've kind of put too much about themselves out there, and that's also part of where their sensitivity comes from. Is at this point they've had to deal with a lot of consequences for things that they've said and the way that they live, and so that I think also has turned into like part of why they're so defensive, because they're embarrassed.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And that's and as we peel back the layers, that's one of the layers, right? I think that they remind me of like when really, really fat girls put on a bikini and then they go online and then it's like, accept me as I am. And if someone says, I don't like your fupa over the bikini bottom, you're shaming me. And it's like, no, doll, you're gonna be under the same scrutiny as the skinny girls in the bikinis. This is
Uh-huh.
what the skinny girls get. Now you're putting yourself in a bikini and now you're one of us. Welcome to the club of social media. And I think that Jada and Will think they're exempt from ratchet responses, right? You put yourself out there. This woman, whether you like it or not, slept with her son's friend who had PTSD, who had his own trauma, all right? A boy 20 years her junior. You brought him into the home, okay? Use the Smith's account to fly him all over the place, seduced him, in my opinion, because he's 20 years younger than you. Who's in power there?
Yeah.
Who's in power? Him or Jada? Who's in power there? Slept with him and then smothered it in the face of Will to, I don't know, to feel like you have one up on him in your open relationship, which I don't understand. If it's an open relationship, why was there an entanglement? I thought you guys were open, right? So I'm like, you can't put that out there, right? You can't put that out there and expect people not to respond. And then, I mean, the running joke the past couple months was, can we get Will and Jada to shut up? It's TMI. We don't want to hear anything else. It's TMI. But I think they felt like I can tell you whatever it is about my life and you guys are going to respect it. That's not how any of this works. That's not how this works. And I understand separating because I know Tawana G, I remember your comment. She was like, well, you can't mix the two. You can't mix because she slept with a boy some 2-3 years ago with what happened with the Chris Rock Will Smith thing. And I'm like, here's the thing. I'm not mixing them, but when you're looking at someone trying to be self-righteous, those things come up.
Well, yeah, for sure. They have to. How can you not bring it up when it's like you're trying to act holier than thou right now, but you haven't exactly had the best behavior yourself? So, because at the end of the day, what is required in order for people to move past those things and let Will and Jada to continue to be who they are is forgiveness from the general public. Being willing to be like, okay, she had her entanglement with August. That did happen. But you let that go, you move on. Same with Chris Rock. You can't, because there has to have been something else that made him mad. It couldn't have been that simple G.I. Jane joke. I really do. I'm not sure if it is from the, Oscar So White controversy and that joke, or what it really stems from. I can't say. I mean, like, I'm going to look up a little bit more afterwards just to see if I can get a little more history, but I don't know what it is that they were so upset about. Because to me, it could not have been a simple G.I. Jane joke. I mean, that joke wasn't the best written joke. I will admit that it wasn't like the funniest joke in the world. It's not even like topical because G.I. Jane was, I don't know.
I've heard the G.I. Jane joke before. Whenever a woman takes all her hair off, I've heard it before. It's
Oh,
ridiculous.
yeah.
That wasn't even like ha ha ha, slap your knee, but it didn't warrant getting slapped in the mouth. You know, it definitely more than that joke, because I don't know why he would go on and do the soliloquy with tears running down his neck, and people talk about us and we have to take it. And no, you talk about you though.
Oh, yeah.
You talk about you. You just don't want a response, like the fat girl in the bikini. You talk about you. You put yourself out there. I'm a private person. I wouldn't put my whole life out there and then be like, oh, you guys better not judge. You better not talk about me. Who the do you think you are? Like, it's the audacity for me. Who do you think you are that you can go online? And people were like, shut up already, Jada and Will. We don't want to hear. And what did he do? He had to sell that book. So what did he do again? Talk about their open relationship again, because it sold books. So when he's standing up there, I'm sorry, I can't feel sorry for you. When he's standing up there crying, from his ivory tower, we have to put up with people talking about us and we have to take it and we have to take it. Do you though? Do you though?
Well, the thing is, at this point, everybody's on social media and everybody has to take people talking about them. So the fact that you have millions and millions of dollars puts you light years ahead of everybody else. Like, you can't complain and be like, yeah, the rest of us do that same thing for free, Will. Because I have people talk about me like crazy on social media. But it is like you said, I'm the one that chooses what I put on social media. I'm the one that chooses what I let people in for, because we all have those friends that we consider a little bit weird, but they live a very good life because they don't put any actual opinions on social media. Every once in a while, it'll be an update on the profile pic. Every once in a while, it'll be like a pray for Ukraine, something very, something very, very benign that pretty much nobody can get mad at, and we all have those friends. But most of us choose to be like, last night I got cheated on. People are like, it's like, why did I say that? But at the end of the day, you said it. Don't get mad at other people for what you let them into.
I mean, there's an old joke on Facebook, like, don't tell us to mind our business now. We're on episode 9 of your life.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's like, I want to know what other R&B singers, she's smashing that are half her age. I want to know now. I'm invested.
Well, I want to know who Will was with, because, they alluded to the fact that he had also had a situation, an entanglement in their open relationship. But they didn't actually expose who his was. With her, it was August. With him, they didn't actually say who it was. My guess is Margot Robbie. But then everybody says Will is gay, and I'm okay. I mean, like, I hear people say that all the time, but I just don't really get that vibe from him. But who knows? My gaydar could be off. I haven't had it tuned in a while.
He could be fluid.
That's true. He could be fluid. Who knows? But I want to know who he had his messy situation with.
But I think he's been, what I mean? I think he's been fucking around forever. Even at that Red Table Talk, I watched it a long time ago. The entanglement Red Table Talk, and he was like, I'm gonna get you back. He told Jada, and her reply was, no, you've gotten me back enough. You've paid me back enough. So obviously it's a relationship where it's like, this is what happens back and forth, and she's just putting up with it because it's better to be Mrs. Smith than ex Mrs. Smith, right? Let's not pretend that it's just not sexier to be Jada Pinkett Smith. I think that I think she resents him. I've been in those relationships. I see those relationships. I think she resents him. She resents him for a myriad of reasons. He is not Tupac. He is not a thug. He's openly spoken about. He felt like he couldn't fill Tupac's shoes. There's a lot of things going on with the Smiths. She's constantly talking about Tupac ad nauseum. It's bizarre to me. I know that was your friend, but it's a little bizarre to me knowing the situation with your husband and you are married. If you were single, that's different. But that whole thing is bizarre. And maybe he felt pressured, like, well, let me stand up because I'm not going to let anybody talk to my woman like that. He will never be Tupac. It's not going to happen. I'm sure he has trauma from his abusive father. I'm sure he has trauma from being made fun of, the corny rapper, when you had like, you know what I mean? When you have people like Nas, and then there's Will Smith, right? So I'm sure he felt a ways about that as well. But I'm like, no, you don't. Chris Rock's apology, I think, was really, really bad for comedy. It was really, really bad for violence. It was really, really bad for people of color. It was bad. And I know they have to do the politically correct thing, but it was bad and it was dangerous for comedy.
What was the apology? I haven't read the apology or heard it yet. Did he actually say the apology, or did he just put it on Twitter or something?
He put it online and it's super sappy. He says, as a comedian, it can be difficult to understand which lines are to be crossed and which ones aren't. Last night, I crossed the line that I shouldn't have, excuse me, and paid the enormous price of my reputation as a renowned comedian. Comedy is never about poking fun at or making light of people with major ordeals happening in their lives. What? That is comedy. Comedy is about using real life circumstances to create laughter and bring light to an otherwise dark world. With that said, I sincerely apologize to my friends, Jada Pinkett Smith, Will Smith, and the rest of the Smith family for the disrespect and disregard I displayed, which was unfortunately broadcast for the world to see. I hope that with time, forgiveness can come of the situation and we can all be better, more considerate people in the end. He just crushed comedy. He just crushed it.
But like, that's a conversation nobody wants to have. Chris Rock has fallen off a lot. I saw him on Breakfast Club, one of his last appearances on Breakfast Club, and they asked him about the LGBT community, and he was like, I don't even want to talk about that. You start getting in trouble when you talk about that. So and it's like, Chris Rock, there's a subject that you completely don't want to talk about, something that's like been everywhere and everybody's talking about it, and you as a comedian. So really, Chris Rock, he's another one that's just gotten used to his cushy life, and rather than be an actual comedian, he would prefer just make the apologies he has to make, bow down to whoever he has to bow down to, and continue to make his money, which at some point as a comedian, I mean, like, Chappelle to me plays it perfectly in the way that Chappelle's just like, I made enough money. There's nothing you guys can do to me now. You can decide not to work me for the rest of my life and I'm fine. He's got a farm out in wherever he's at. I forget if it's Ohio or, somewhere in the Midwest that nobody cares about, where he's got a bunch of land. Nothing's going to happen to him. Nothing's going to happen to his place. Chris Rock hasn't made that much money, but Chris Rock really likes living that celebrity life. He really does enjoy that. So I guess you deal with your own consequences, and comedians are, in my opinion, comedians should just separate from Chris Rock. And I say that having a friend that writes for him, this guy that I really like, really respect. His name's Matt Claybrooks. He's a super great guy, really good writer. He's been writing for Chris Rock for years, and I wanted to hit him up and be like, was it your joke that got Chris Rock slapped last night? But I was like, you know what, Ty, you don't have to start. You can just
now,
let.
Why do you think that they should separate for him specifically?
Because he doesn't want to deal with what the consequences are of being a comedian. Every once in a while, people are going to get mad at you. So you can't be like top tier, the best, but afraid to do what it is we do. I mean, every one of us deals with that. There are open micers that deal with having to face the consequences of things that they've said on stage. And I've seen them be more brave than Chris Rock is being right now. I mean, a major situation. Alopecia is not major, people. I'm tired of people. I mean, I've been seeing that since last night. People being like, she has alopecia. And I just keep repeating it because I think people don't get it. It's not that serious, especially if you're Jada. And you can, I mean, like, Jada can afford the best wigs. She can afford any kind of unit she wants put on her head. She can have put on her head. There's not a problem there.
And she's gorgeous bald. Can we at least accept that as well? She's also gorgeous bald. She doesn't need hair. My daughter buzzes her hair just like that.
Yeah.
Like, she's gorgeous bald. Like, stop.
Well, Jada is similar to like, Demi Moore in that way, like was the G.I. Jane, where any hairstyle looks good on them. So however you feel about the things that Jada said and cheating on Will and whatever anybody feels about that, just visually looking at her, she's stunning. So can we stop acting like her losing her hair is the worst thing in the world? Like, come on. And besides, like I said, she can afford anything. It's not like she has to go to Sally's and grab a shake and go, it's not.
What kills me is that now there's this narrative, right? Well, I mean, even Chris did it in his apology. Well, comedy is not about making fun of people. Magic Johnson age jokes. Michael Jackson vitiligo jokes. Where has he been? I've heard comics do death jokes. I've heard comics make me laugh, deal with shit that I was going through that was really, really bad. I always say, if you can't laugh at it, you didn't get over it yet. That's just my own little thing. If you can't laugh at it, you're not over it yet. What are we talking about here? What's worse than AIDS? What's worse?
Well, Chris Rock also had the R. Kelly joke. He was cool with joking about R. Kelly back in the day. He's joked about, like, he did joke about everything. And Michael Jackson, how we'll let you get away with one, and that was regarding child molestation. So for him to make this statement now, it's like, oh, so her alopecia is where you draw the line, or what? Getting smacked is where you draw the line? Because really, you got your card taken in front of everybody, Chris Rock. Because I agree, nobody should have slapped you, but I also don't think that that's the way you should handle it either. I mean, you should at least be a little bit upset when somebody slaps you across the face on national TV. And, people have talked about that too, how Will Smith slapped him because, that's like truly emasculating somebody. If you punch someone, you're at least treating them like a man. If you slap them, you're basically letting them know you're a bitch. And, it's true. I saw one of your commenters mentioned about the Will Smith did a joke 2016, joked on Jada disrespectfully. I don't think that person knows what disrespectfully means, because he just made the joke that Jada wasn't invited to the Oscars and she was boycotting the Oscars. Like, how do you boycott something that you weren't even invited to? To me, that's not particularly disrespectful. To me, like I said, disrespectful would have been bringing up the August Alsina type thing right in front of their faces. Now that I could see where people would be like, no, that's not something you do, even if you're a comedian, right in front of them. That's the kind of joke you do when you're just doing your set, that you are just asking to piss people off at that point. But this wasn't about that. I mean, G.I. Jane, it wasn't even a good movie.
I mean,
Jada could be up for it, in other words.
Right.
Well, she hasn't had anything good since Set It Off. Let's not pretend Jada really does.
I'll put my head for G.I. Jane. I'll do it. Can I audition?
I have you running around bald headed now.
Everybody go bald. Everybody fucking go bald. The whole world fucking go bald. I'm just, going back to their transgressions. I felt bad for August Alsina. Like, you have two powerful people sitting at a red table, right? Discussing a sexual tryst with this boy, because he's a boy. And look, I'm 48. Anybody in their 20s is a boy to me. Okay, I have kids that age, nephews and nieces. You're a boy, right? And he had to hear that these two adults laughing about, this woman getting in an entanglement, and he was distraught behind that. He was really depressed. He suffers from depression. He lost his family. I don't know if y'all know about August Alsina. He has a very, very, very sad family situation. He's raising his siblings. It's really sad. And he went into the whole Smith family, and he was like the new son that they were adopting and taking care of. And she ends up smashing him. And that was really sad. Can you imagine being him on the outside watching these two powerful people laugh at it? It was an entanglement. And then they said at the end, they have this saying that they say to each other, bad marriage for life. And it's funny. Ha ha ha. Y'all are toxic.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, clearly they are. I was also watching something earlier where they said that Will has expressed before that he wasn't really down. That's why I call Will Smith a simp. That's why I say he's a simp, because he just does whatever she wants to. Like, anything he can do to keep her, it's like keep her at all costs type of thing. And it's like, when you do that kind of thing, when you're in that kind of relationship, Of course you're going to be angry at the world, because you can't be angry at the person that you really want to be angry at, which you think is her but really is you, because that's what it is. You're the one that's agreed to go along with this.
Ooh, say that. Because let me tell you something. He's always very happy go lucky. If you look at her social media, and again, we don't know these people personally, but if you got eyes and ears, you understand basic body language, you understand tone, it's not hard to decipher. Jada Pinkett is a very dark, cryptic poster. She'll post a picture looking out, that 100-yard stare and say, when you're walking through the tunnel, one day you will find the light. Why are you still in tunnels? You're wealthy. You're Jada, but why are you still in a tunnel? We're in tunnels. We're in tunnels over here. We have to pay bills, okay? Why are you in tunnels with a masseuse, a dietitian, a nutritionist, a personal trainer? You know what I'm saying? $1 million mansion, kids that are famous, a husband that is global. Why are you still in a tunnel? Yeah, if you notice and you think about the tunnels, you will walk out on the other side, a powerful woman in love. Love is not about capturing people, it's about letting them go. And the underlining thing is he fucks around. So let me make it look like love is about acceptance, right? She's very, very cryptic. And I'm like, you cannot be happy. And then at Red Table Talk, she is a crier. Like, it takes a little poke to make her cry about Will Smith. It's just a little like, you can't be happy if any little thing makes you still cry. So it's like, great, you both have unresolved issues. Don't fucking come out here with your twisted crowns, you know what I mean? Trying to crucify other people for doing their job. My opinion, Chris Rock did a horrible thing with that apology. And I would respect him more if he said, listen, I'm apologizing for this. I shouldn't have did it. You comics out there, you do not deserve to get assaulted for the jokes you guys say. I'm just dealing with this my way. But I don't want to put out there that people should be assaulted for a joke. I think the apology was horrible. Like, it was the quintessential victim blaming. Like, I should have never been doing my job. I shouldn't.
Yeah, I shouldn't have made him angry. It really is like a domestic violence. I shouldn't have made him angry. I know not to say that around him. It'll set him off. It's like, okay, well, come on, Chris Rock. Let's do better. At least stand up for yourself that much, where you're just like, if you like, say for some reason people behind the scenes were insistent on him giving some sort of apology. Give your apology. Maybe I was a little insensitive on, that particular joke. Somebody is going through something, but nobody ever has a right to hit somebody or hit a comedian for their words or for such a benign joke,
Was that so hard? Was that so hard to put in? Like, was that so he could have just put the head in? Was that so hard? Just a little bit, just like, hey, no one should hit anybody. I was insensitive. I apologize to this man and his family, but no one should hit anybody, to make it at least safer for comics. Like, comics are already getting attacked on stage. You just gave the biggest green light ever. And that's what upsets me. He could have at least, hey, it's not cool to do this, but I'm going to apologize. It's like he left y'all hanging, and that's what irritates me. That is what irritates me. Fine, go politic, but don't leave these people who are vulnerable and don't have Chris Rock security vulnerable.
Yeah. Well, that's why I say, as a comedian, like, I really like Chris Rock back in the day. Chris Rock was one of my favorite comedians all the way back from, and I'm really going to date myself here, but Uptown Comedy Express on HBO, which was this special that happened. Barry Sobel was on it. This is how long ago it was. It had to be like 85 or something like that. I was just a kid, but I remember loving him on that. I mean, like, I really always looked to Chris Rock. I've always thought of Chris Rock as being an inspiration, but just more recently he's lost me. It's just, no, that's not okay. Don't make excuses for people being physically violent with you. It's just, it makes no sense. And I really don't agree with that. Also, I think more people need to bring up the fact that Chris Rock could, if he wanted to, unless there's something in his contract that says otherwise, I don't know what you sign when you're actually going to be a presenter with the Oscars, but if he wanted to, he could probably sue Will Smith. He could probably sue the Oscars. Chris Rock is not a young man, in spite of the fact that he too looks great, but he's not a young man. You turn your head the wrong way when you're over a certain age and you get a crick in your neck. You got a full-on slap from a grown man that's that much bigger than you, and you're telling me there was no physical consequence to that? If there wasn't, great. I'm glad for Chris Rock. But there could have been, and that could have opened Will Smith and the Academy up to a huge lawsuit. Where was the security? And yeah, I know it's Will Smith, but if anybody gets out of their seat at the Oscars, should security not go over and be like, hey, we got to get you back in your seat? I understand you're Will Smith, but you got to be back in your seat. It's just the way it works here. Things get out of hand.
It's like carte blanche. It's like you're famous. You can do anything. You can sexually assault women. You can slap comedians on stage. The world is yours. The world, and it's like, where are we headed? And the arguments that are going on online, I don't think people know that they're like that guy on the tree that's sitting on the branch and they're sawing it off, right? But they're on this side of the branch, right? They're thinking they're doing something to the tree and they're the ones sitting on this side because everybody's championing this. You understand that you're creating an environment for yourself. You're creating an environment for your children where people are like, well, you shouldn't have said that to me and I wouldn't have slapped you. See, that's how it goes. These people are powerful. They have huge influence. I'm like, I feel like I'm in that episode of Twilight Zone with the monster on the airplane. And he's like, do you not see this there's a monster? And people are like, we don't see it. There's a fucking monster. The plane is going to go down. We don't see it. Do you want some coffee? What the fuck is happening?
People don't care. It's very in the moment thinking, people just don't care. It's just kind of like, it doesn't affect me right now. So go ahead and smack Chris Rock. And also the average person is never going to say anything that's going to be worth smacking them over anyway, outside of online. The only place the average person is brave in any way is behind the keyboard.
Ooh, say that.
It's true. I mean, that's why if you meet, because I'm sure you've met a fair amount of people off your social media, they'll be real spicy on social media, and then you meet them in real life and they're so mousy, and you're just like, where's that strong personality that I was dealing with on Facebook for the last 5 years?
Or even via text. You'd be like, hey girl, remember? You said you were going to break my jaw. I'm here.
Yeah. It's like, they're not ready. They're not ready for it. So it's like, they're of course they're fine with people getting smacked because they're always going to make sure that they say the right thing. And I think that's a dangerous place for us to be as a society, where everybody's trying to say the right thing, because you don't really find solutions from saying the right thing. Actually, a lot of times solutions come from the dumbest thought you have, and it's like kind of reverse engineering from there. It's kind of like, oh, well, that's so stupid, it might almost work. Okay, maybe that won't work. And then you kind of find your way to what actually does work by doing all of the wrong things first. But nobody wants to do that anymore. So nobody really learns anything. Instead, people just go by what it is they're told on social media that they're supposed to think. So Twitter says that I should be boycotting this. So I don't even have to look at it, because all of Twitter said that I'm supposed to do it this way. So I won't look into it myself. It just, Twitter said that. And it's like, you don't even know who that was. And then sometimes later on, you find out that the person that you were following on Twitter has some huge scandal or isn't necessarily the best person themselves. And then it's like, what do you do now? Because your entire thought process was based on this person's thoughts and this person's thinking. And now you find out that they're not the person they were pretending to be. So who are you exactly? And
right. It's like cattle on steroids. It is cattle on steroids. And we saw it happen. It was funny in the beginning. Remember the Beehive? Remember how funny that was? Mm-hmm. Oh, you don't like Beyonce's wig? Well, we're gonna tell you all these and that. And then, and then Rihanna got the Navy, and then, Mariah Carey got the lambs, and then everybody just started creating these little cults and these mobs. And we see it on social media and on YouTube. And it's like, it's getting worse and worse and worse. The cattle, you just point them to whatever. And these celebrities, although they have the power to say, look, do not harass people in my name, do not, stalk people in my name, do not dox people in my name. They don't do that. They encourage it. It's a power thing. It's almost like being fucking, a government official. It's like, I'm a president and I can sway all of you to and fro. And it's a dangerous situation, because again, they sit in the ivory tower. And they're not going to claim you when something happens. Like, they're just not going to, hey, I didn't tell them to do that. I just sing my records over here. I just do my blockbuster films. Someone in the chat said Will Smith released an apology as well. I haven't seen it. He can go fuck himself. That shit was not cute. You know, the fact that he was dancing after, all of this is wrong. Like, again, I feel like I'm in that episode of Twilight Zone. All of this is wrong. It's all wrong. Chris Rock apologizing is wrong. The assault is wrong. Will Smith dancing is wrong. Jada Pinkett Smith acting like she's sitting there like, no one can, joke about my bald head. I'm Jada Pinkett Smith. Like, this is all, it's all wrong. Like, why? And it should be so instantly wrong. Why people are having these debates and these arguments is asinine. It's like, now we can't even agree that something is wrong when it's obviously wrong.
This one of your commenters posted, we're also forgetting that Will Smith have been doing the right thing and holding his composure throughout the entanglement. That's nothing to do with Chris Rock, though. We don't have to forgive Will Smith for hitting Chris Rock because he was mad at his wife about something. So I get what you're saying. He may be dealing with a lot, but I had somebody physically attack me once because their excuse was they were going through a divorce. And it's like, your divorce has nothing to do with me. I'm not your wife. I'm not the one divorcing you. After that, I can see why she would be, though. But I'm not. Did she cite your temper? Because if your temper's in the decree, I'm going to go with her. I'm going to say, let's take her side on this one. But it was that kind of situation where I had nothing to do with it. And it's like, okay, well, how is it people did the same thing with this situation where they tried to act like that was excusable because he was going through a divorce. And it's like, could you imagine if that's the world we really lived in? If somebody could actually show up to work and just choose to assault somebody because I'm going through a lot right now. That's not the way it works at all. Will Smith deals with that. He needs to deal with it with his wife and his therapist, possibly with his children, get that figured out. If you ask me, I think Will Smith should just leave Jada altogether.
I have to agree, because it seems like they're getting more and more ridiculous, and then they don't want to be talked about. You can't have both, is what I'm saying. You guys are loving hip hop of Hollywood now. You can't have both. You even included a kid that would be on Love and Hip Hop, August Alsina. Like, you cannot have both, and people letting you know you can't have both. And guess what? Now the memes are worse than before he smacked Chris Rock. The memes are worse. The August Alsina thing is blowing up again. August Alsina is trending. They're saying Will Smith wouldn't have smacked Jerry Seinfeld or Ricky Gervais like that. You know what I mean? Now they're bringing up, why didn't you smack August Alsina? He smashed your wife's, to smithereens all over your house with it. Now it's getting worse. Now it's worse. Now it's worse. To realists, a man makes one little mistake and we are all quick to want to burn him alive. Miss me with that bullshit. A mistake is spilling your coffee. A mistake is leaving your keys in the car. A mistake is not actually walking up on a stage in front of the world, okay, and slapping a man in the middle of him doing his job. That is not a mistake. That is the decision. Human beings have to know the difference between mistake and decision. And he did it in a way where he knew there were going to be no repercussions.
No. Yeah, and I don't think either of us are suggesting that people burn him alive or, even that he doesn't have a career. But it's just like the apology is being given by the wrong person. Will Smith should have issued the apology first. Will Smith should have been removed from the theater. At that point, you are a danger. You are a loose cannon. So now every other presenter after Chris Rock has to watch what they say because they're worried that somebody could just jump out of the audience and smack them. And if you don't think that that's the way that thinking works, it really does. When something like that happens in the room, it sets a mood for the rest of the night where everybody just kind of like, okay, this is a weird one. Right. And the fact that they didn't remove him tells you that there is no consequence. So I don't think that he should be burned alive. I don't even think that Will Smith should not have a career moving forward. But I do think that there should be some sort of consequence. And I do think that the conversation should focus more on the fact that Will Smith should not have hit Chris Rock rather than focusing on what Chris Rock should and shouldn't have said.
It really is like the DV, the domestic violence. It really is that. It's like, I'm sorry I made you hit me. I'm sorry. That is what we're watching. That is what we're watching. I'm sorry I made you hit me. I had to block a couple of clowns earlier, and I hope you're watching, hon, because she said she'd be watching me. But I don't take people seriously who get high and type. right? And I get a lot of that. It's like I'm a very sober person. I'm probably a very sober person. I don't mind if you do drugs, but if you come at me with drugs and I'm very sober, I'm gonna take your head off. Don't fucking strain, smoke weed, drink, and then come fucking type at me, okay? Because I don't mind a discussion, I don't mind a debate. But if you're coming to me under the influence of something, I will not take you seriously. And this little clown was trying to say that Chris Rock was trolling Black people and he was trolling. I said, you will not, on my watch, diminish comedians to trolls. Because then you're saying Pryor was a troll. Then you're saying Eddie Murphy is a troll. Then you're saying the people I love are trolls. They are doing their job. We are artists. I'm also a writer. Some people are singers. Some people are dancers. You don't go in and say, hey, stop stomping on the floor to a dancer. They're a dancer. Comedians tell jokes. It is a skill. It is a talent. They write. You will not diminish comedians to troll. So fuck off. That's why you got blocked, bitch. Okay? Don't do that. We can't do that. This is a profession. It is a business, right? You can't just, oh, you guys are trolling. You guys are trolling. Like, the world doesn't revolve around social media. Comedians have been around since freaking court jesters. All right. They were the first artists when you think about it. So I'm like, what the fuck? No, we cannot have this. We can't have this. And I'm like, it's fucked up because, again, power and influence, and they're letting masses know that this is okay. It is not.
Well, when it comes to jokes specifically and trolling, like, that's something I've talked about before, where it's like some of my best jokes are not my actual opinion. They're somewhere between my opinion and what's the complete opposite, and I just happen to find the joke in between. So sometimes it's not even about like what people think, where it's like, oh, you're just trying to make people mad. No, I was just trying to make people think. I just wanted to give people a different way to look at something that happens to have a humorous spin on it. So you get the laugh, and then after you get the laugh, then you get the thought where you're like, wait a second. And then, it inspires you to think. And I don't expect you to think like me at the end of it. The joke isn't ever written to like steer people in a certain way. It's just to give you another way to look at it and possibly be like, oh, okay, well, how can this either work for or against my thinking? And what do I actually think about what was said? So it's not always just trolling. And I don't even know that you could give the G.I. Jane joke that much credit. It just wasn't a great joke. So to give it that much credit and be like, it was a troll, it was a terrible troll if it was a troll.
Right. Welcome, Jabari Bryant. I love this. Welcome to the panel, Jabari Bryant. I love this comment. Mark Randall says there's a mission to cancel comedy because it can shape culture. The globalist lizards want a sterile environment absent of culture. It's true. I'm like, what would Pryor and Carlin and Andrew Dice Clay, would they even have careers? Would they even have careers right now?
They definitely would not. I mean, like they would, but it would have to be like a Stanhope style career where they just, because Doug Stanhope is a comedian a lot of us respect, and he is really great. Have to be like a Stanhope style career. Okay, I guess I'm getting feedback from the what's it called, but like it would have to be something like Stanhope where they just like rent out bars or get bars and like get the door from the bar and that kind of stuff. It would have to be very independent because it just wouldn't work out. I mean, like I have trouble like a lot of times with different venues because they don't want me to say certain things, or they would prefer that I not talk about things in a particular way. So that's kind of a thing even for me.
No, absolutely. I mean, I have friends that are in the industry and I'm like, hey, why don't you pull up? Let's do an interview. Well, what are you going to be talking about, Jen? I'm like, you fucking cowards. Like, are you serious? Like, is it that serious? Like, what are you going to be talking about? Because I don't know what you're going to be talking about. Really?
Yeah. It's unfortunate, but I understand why they do it. I'm not saying I think it's respectable because I think more of us should just speak our minds and then let the industry work around that. But I'm not going to say I don't understand why they do it because there are consequences to things that you say. I've had the LGBT community try to cancel me, and I'm LGBT. So I can imagine how a straight person feels like. Again, I'm not saying that they shouldn't do it. I think they should have the conversations, and I think they should be heard. And I think that would also help like a lot of these, kind of smaller groups, subcultures, whatever you want to call them. Like when it comes to LGBT, sometimes it's like, yeah, your argument is terrible, and that's because nobody's actually put you to the test on it. Nobody's actually asked you any real questions about it. So instead, you have this horrible argument of why it is that, you know, transgender women should swim with biological women, which is a big thing right now. And it's like, yeah, you're not making any sense right now. You're losing favor with the public because the general public is getting to a point where they're like, all right, we've had enough.
Right.
We've been very patient. We've tried to be understanding, but at some point we're gonna put the brakes on you, and that's just the way it's gonna work. But rather than accept that, instead, it's like, you say anything wrong, now you should no longer have a job. Now I had somebody try to do it to me not too long ago on Twitter, because what they do is they go to your website and then they look at your dates, and then they'll hit up their loser friends and they'll flood the club with a bunch of phone calls saying that they're going to protest, and that if they have this racist or homophobic or transphobic or whatever title they put on you, if you have this particular person, then we're going to boycott. Most of the time, they're not even the same city or state.
Right.
But the club gets nervous, and then before you know it, like, I haven't had anything really yet canceled. I've had some serious conversations, though, with like club owners and bookers where it's just had to be like, you know, yeah, it's like, you know, you got to chill out on the social media a little bit for a couple of days so we don't keep getting these calls, because if it continues, we might have to cancel the dates.
Welcome, Jabari. Amiri, I see you. Ty, are you hanging with us?
What's the you guys gonna continue to chat about the Chris Rock thing?
Yes, we're gonna keep Tyson. I love you, and I'd love to have you on for the next 5 hours, but I want to respect your time.
I can chat a little bit longer. I have a couple errands to run, but I can chat a little bit longer.
Yay! Okay. So Jabari, you were here first. What say realist 100% in the chat? You are so hopeful. Such a sweet person. He's so hopeful. He or she, I'm not sure. He actually thinks that Will Smith never had an entanglement of women on the side. Sweet. And so yeah, he's never had any women on. Just Jada. It was just Jada.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no. I take a.
I need to calm down, because this is really upsetting me. I hate bully type of situations, and I feel like Will Smith was the ultimate bully here.
I think that a big part of the conversation that I had with a lot of people today was he knew who to do that to. I think that's what upset most people. It was he knew who he could get away with that with. And from different perspectives, like I think you said, I apologize, I don't know your name, the other comedian, they were saying he wouldn't have done that to Ricky Gervais. He wouldn't have done that to Jerry Seinfeld. He wouldn't have done that to Bill Burr. Wonder why. But by the other side of that, you know, God bless the dead, but he wouldn't have done that to Bernie Mac. He wouldn't have run up on Joe Torre. And Joe Torre's not a big dude, but Joe Torre's not going to just let you slap him. Mm-hmm. He did that because he felt like he could. And that snide look on his face after he did it wasn't because it was a joke. It's because he knew he could get away with it. And he did. And the fact that his team got together, and Jen, you know, I'm a marketing guy. I'm a what is it? Conflict is our business kind of guy. They got together and they changed his acceptance speech. In that short time, you forget he's an actor. He's all about remembering lines. And he's a rapper, which means he can get something, write it down, and go into the booth and kick it out. I remember when he did his little freestyle, when he sat down and wrote it out, and when he kind of dissed people who were checking his family a couple of years ago. He sat down, wrote it out, went in and recorded it. They wrote that acceptance speech with in mind, this is your defense. This is your defense.
I'll have a monologue for you. You can just give me an idea. You just tell me, Jen, this, you're that, you're feeling this.
Right.
And I can
make sure you talk about God. Make sure you mention that you're the protective father. Make sure to reference the role. You're going to give all these people excuses. You're going to plant all the seeds today. And then by tomorrow, we'll have the entire machine rolling out, because Will has a team. Like Will has a team. He has a PR. He doesn't have a PR person. He has a PR team. And while he was giving his speech, they were already drafting press releases.
Did you also notice, Jabari, I'm sorry to interject. Did you also notice who the close-ups were on while he was talking? Black women.
Right.
Teary-eyed Black women.
That's intentional.
Black women.
Again, everything is intentional. And I think it's the original narrative, which was, oh, it's not real. That was the first one because that buys you time. That buys you time. And while you're figuring out whether or not it's real, they're crafting a believable story using focus groups, because they got focus groups who watch the entire thing happen. What buzzwords are going to work today? And these guys they're much better at this than I am. And as soon as I saw, and I don't watch award shows. I'm not into that shit at all. But I saw my timeline blew up this morning. I was laughing because I was listening to sports radio and everyone was talking about this everywhere I went. And I was driving to a meeting with a client, pulled over and watched it because it was just everywhere. And when I walked into the meeting with my client this morning, we were all laughing about it. I mean, the first thing he said was, I thought you were going to be late and I would have to Will Smith you. I mean, that's real. I mean, it's like, it's to that point, but his team already crafted this story. And it's a testament to how weak mentally as a society we are now, that we will jump on any narrative given about anything. They will tell you, believe me, don't believe your lying ass eyes, and people will.
So let me read this bullshit ass apology by whoever wrote it for Will Smith. It's short. He says, violence in all of its forms is poisonous and destructive. My behavior at last night's Academy Awards was unacceptable and inexcusable. Jokes at my expense are a part of the job, but a joke about Jada's medical condition was too much to air, and I reacted emotionally. Her medical condition. I would like to publicly apologize to you, Chris. I was out of line and I was wrong. I am embarrassed and my actions were not indicative of the man I want to be. There is no place for violence in a world of love and kindness. I would also like to apologize to the Academy, the producers of the show, all the attendees, and everyone watching around the world. I would like to apologize to the William family and the King Richard family. Get that movie. Watch that movie. I deeply regret that my behavior stained what has been an otherwise gorgeous journey for all of us. I am a work in progress. Sincerely, Will.
Somebody crafted the hell out of that. But I mean, all it does is it hit all the, like, I'm a marketing guy. I'm a PR person. And all it does is just check the boxes. Like, you can go down. I'm surprised he didn't mention God more. I mean, he just went down, you check the health and I'm surprised he didn't say it strained her mental health, but instead he used the word love, which denotes emotion and pulls the same things from you. I mean, it's a
condition. Like, I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
Bruh, dudes, I heard somebody say this, and the guy I don't remember what comedian said it this morning. I wish I could remember. They're like, dudes go bald all the time. Dudes go bald all the time. He's like, and let's be frank, Jada ain't been wearing hair for years. Long before 2018, Jada wasn't wearing hair. I didn't even know the difference. I'm just being real. Like, I'm not trying to be funny.
Same.
I thought it was another style. She had worn her hair short.
Yeah, yes.
So, I think that it was a really, really sad situation. I told my neighbor, I said, Suge and Puffy at least waited until they got backstage. They could wait until they got backstage after Suge made his comment. They addressed it backstage. Like, what part of the game is this? Like, you're on the Oscars, like, and the fact that there were no repercussions, I think that's the biggest thing. I think the entitlement, and people throw that word around, and you hear people use the word privilege in regards to other races. What you witnessed last night was true privilege. True privilege. Because if anyone in this chat or anyone in this panel had slapped someone on TV we would be in cuffs.
Yep.
We would be in cuffs and we would still be in jail because the bond would have been so high.
Yep.
We would not have been able to get out.
Yep.
I mean, and I'm not even talking about slapping Chris Rock. I'm saying if we had slapped anyone on TV in front of an audience that big, anyone, Will Smith dropped the F-bomb on live TV twice, FCC violations, and they will get fined. They will get fined. And I don't know if you guys know how FCC fines work. They fine you for every station is broadcasted on. Hundreds of stations. Can you imagine what a $10,000 fine would do? $10,000 fine on 1,000 stations? Somebody's got to pay that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that made
It won't be Will Smith.
MIA
It won't be Will Smith. I'm sorry.
That ended up making MIA broke when she flipped off the camera during her performance with Madonna, and they fined her. It was like $1 million was what the fine was just for the one flipping off. Like she just flipped off one time.
Right.
She was trying to get Madonna to help
FCC,
her. Madonna was like,
FCC fines are no joke. Like they fine you for every station is broadcasted on. It'd be like, yeah, we'll give you a $10,000 fine. And you're like, oh, it's $10,000. You're wealthy. It's not a big deal. $10,000 times every station that is broadcasted on. That changes your perspective. And he did it twice. He did it twice. And he did it intentionally. Now there's a 3-second, the reason why they were able to block it out, I actually looked this up, because they have a delay on all of these award shows now. It's a 3-second delay. So they heard it.
Janet Jackson delay.
Right. And now they delay it. I mean, seriously. And that's the only reason why the public.
The wardrobe malfunction. That's where they instated it. Yeah, when they did the wardrobe malfunction, that's where they originally instated the delay.
The 3-second delay. And that may save them a lot of money. They're still going to get fined. Like they're going to get fined for this. And the Academy is going to pay it because Will Smith has privilege. You know, we talk about, you know, white privilege or male privilege or straight privilege or dog privilege or cat privilege. You're witnessing real privilege in action. When you have a level of fame and a level of wealth, certain rules don't apply to you. You can have a PR team to go in and you hire bots because this was done. Make no mistake. This is the 21st century. They've employed bots online to post certain things in support of him. You've had people with alopecia, you know, bots come out saying, you know, they feel like Will Smith is defending them. You know, all of these kind of things are a part of that is a coordinated response in 2022. You do the online, you do it all. And I mean, it's just sad. I mean, and, you know, I had a friend call me and she's an English, Black English, which is funny. She's a Black English young lady. And she called and said that she had more respect for Will because he was protecting his wife. And I said, did you watch it? I said, or did you just hear about it? And she said she heard about it. I said, go watch it. I said, go watch it. Go watch him laugh at the joke. And, you know, to go to your, was it Thug Life or Simping? He was laughing at the joke until he looked at her.
Yep.
And that's not a matter of, oh, he saw how hurt she was and he snapped. No, it was, I think you mentioned it earlier. They have this toxic relationship where the whatever she's got in her cooch must be sunshine because he ain't leaving and she can do whatever. She can do whatever.
To respond to that, he's very adamant and hell bent against divorce.
True.
He doesn't want to get divorced no matter what. He didn't want to divorce the first wife, although they had a horrible relationship. And these aren't rumors. This is Will Smith out of his mouth.
His own mouth.
Out of her own mouth. They spoke to each other. And he was like, I'm not getting divorced no matter what I do. And she said, the only thing that made him get divorced from number one was that she said, why would you stay with someone that doesn't love you anymore? That is what made him let her go. This is what he said. These are not rumors. You can look it up at Red Table Talk. He literally said he was not letting his wife go no matter what. And she looked at him and said, why would you want to hold on to someone who doesn't love you anymore? And then he gave her the divorce. So he's hell bent on not being like his dad and his broken family. So he's like, he's not getting divorced no matter what. Jada Pinkett, sorry, is like the bottom bitch. Like, I'm going to put up with whatever. I'll hold down the fort in the family. So I don't even think it's great vagina. It's a good partnership of bottom bitch, and I'm gonna go do what I want, and you hold that support. And I'm sure I could say it more eloquently than that, but that's what it is, right?
But that's what it is.
We know.
And she does her thing on the side too. Like they're both doing their thing, and they're both benefiting. I mean, I just think that it's really. I think that, and I think that's Anna that posted that. I find myself agreeing with Anna more, and I'm getting terrified of this. Anna said, Will Smith is not defending Black women. He's protecting his ego and his wife. And I think that perfectly sums it up. I think that it's, this guy was on something else. Like this guy was on, it was really a matter of, I can do this and get away with it. I can do it and get away with it. And that's the part that kind of pisses me off. He did it because he could get away with it. And the fact that he wouldn't do it to other people kind of makes him a piece of, I don't want to cuss on your show. I know you're monetized.
I already said bitch. So.
Yeah, but he's a real piece of work. He's a real piece of work, because anybody can attack somebody who can't hit them back. And I don't know where you guys grew up, but that was some bitch shit when we were kids. Excuse the expression, but that's what it was. It was never cool to pick on somebody who couldn't fight back. Like, that's just not how, I don't know where he's from, but that was never cool coming up. Like, somebody who could hit you back would hit you. That didn't necessarily have anything to do with the situation.
Glasses when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
You weren't even allowed to hit somebody with glasses when I was a kid. Like, that was a big thing. You know what I mean? It was like, you wouldn't hit somebody with glasses. Like, you knew you had glasses when you started talking shit. So.
Because you're always going to hear on that background, hey, hit me. Hey, do that to me. Because there's always going to be somebody who doesn't play that. Yeah. And Will did that. And I don't have a ton of respect for him anyway, because of, all the stuff that he said that's come out about him. I lost a lot of respect for him as like a man. But this was just, this bastard was on another level. And, my brother and I talk, all my brothers, and we talk all the time. And, he's lucky that, Tony Rock is in the industry too. Because, my brother he was like, if somebody had done that to you, I was like, first of all, we would have both been beating their ass on stage. But had somebody done that to like my brother, who has way more decorum than I do, you would see this black bald head darting out the back. Because, it would not go down like that. He did it because he could get away with it. And that makes him a piece of shit. And he's entitled. Like, we are witnessing true entitlement. And it's about wealth and it's about fame. And that supersedes anything else. In this country and in this culture, that supersedes anything else.
Tristan, Apex Alpha Simp, yes, people are really saying Will is defending Black women. The Protect Black Women, campaign are
tried and tested.
Yeah, they're using this now. Like, he was protecting Black women, and in a world where Black women aren't protected, he's now the representative for protecting Black women. If he was protecting Black women, he should keep his marriage intact. It should not be open. She should not be running around miserable on social media and crying at Red Table Talk. Protecting Black women starts way before someone says some sideways shit to her out in public. I don't understand why how they translate protect Black women. Protect Black women.
It was a joke. Can we get back to the fact that it was a joke? And before I was backstage, you guys were talking about comedy. And Jen, I think you said there is an assault on comedy, that this is a culture war that we're in. And I think that people run behind their labels when their label isn't what they're fighting for. The brother on the show, you said you remember the LGBTQ community. I'm Black. Jen's Puerto Rican. People will pop out from their little label to try to engage in that culture war. And then if you come for them, they'll jump back behind the protection of their label. But this is a culture war. Like, they're actively trying to kill comedy. Like, what society have they had comedy in a tyranny? Name one. Like, anywhere in history. Wherever you ever had comedy exist in a tyranny. This Dave Chappelle, and when you have people that are bigger, and I'm really disappointed in Chris Rock, because Chris Rock is bigger than Dave Chappelle. When you have someone who is cancel proof, they should not apologize. You need the people that are cancel proof to protect the people like the gentleman on stage who's a comedian. Because you can be canceled. They can actually come after everybody you book, anywhere you try to go, or somebody like a Will Smith could really cancel your career. Chris Rock is cancel proof. Those are the kind of people that have to fight back. And this is a war. And like the fact that we get distracted by, oh, it's a black guy, which in this case, or it's somebody who's gay, or a woman who's lesbian, we're going to defend them. We feel an urge to defend them even when they're wrong. They are waging a war on comedy. Like, think about how crazy that. You asked the question, could Andrew Dice Clay or Richard Pryor? The answer is no. Yeah, I mean, they couldn't even exist in small clubs because they would have never gotten going. Like, you can't even do these shows in Vegas anymore. Let's think about how insane that is. You can't do an honest show in Vegas. Vegas comedy shows are sanitized. So, I mean, we're in a very, very dangerous place. And if people don't start resisting it, if you don't start pushing back against these bots, and these between the bots and the sheep, the rest of us have to push back, or we're going to wake up one day and there are going to be people outside goose stepping outside our windows. And if we laugh about it, somebody will come and snatch us up, because laughter is going to be illegal.
Well, can I chime in?
Yeah, I just want to address really quick to one of G said, Jen, that's his wife. Honey, there are wives and then there are bottom bitches with rings on. Okay. That's all I'm saying. Camille Cosby, one of them. Jada Pinkett, another one. I do respect wives, but these aren't wives. These are bottom bitches with rings on.
I gotta get out of here, but I just want to say two things before I go. Don Levon is hilarious. Don Levon posted, I guess the Smiths marriage is open to anything but jokes. I think that's hilarious. And the other thing I want to say before I get out of here is I think that part of the thing with the Will and Jada dynamic and what makes it so toxic and makes him have to react that way is that they're kind of in a high-end version of what a lot of our parents were in, where neither of them want to leave, but neither of them are happy at the same time. She's 50, he's 53. They don't want to start over. They don't want to be back out in the dating world. They also have kids together. I'm sure there's a little bit of the staying together for the kids type of thing. And I think that that's just going to continue to spiral, and they're just going to continue to make fools of themselves. And they're going to find themselves to be even more often than not, the butt of jokes, because this is just the way it's going. And it's what they've turned themselves into at this point. So I appreciate having me on, though.
I love you.
Love you too. It's time for me to get to Walmart. Too. It's not just Will living a life of privilege. I too live a life of privilege. And I prove that at the Walmart. That's where I go to flex. I might end up slapping a cashier if they say the wrong thing to me. So I'll keep you guys posted. Good chatting, you guys. Have a good day, everybody.
Love you. Okay. Oh my God. So that is Ty Rivera, and it's spelled Ty, Thai, Ty Rivera. Amiri, thank you for being so very patient. What say you? And then I want to address this Mark Randall comments, because it is spicy.
All right. Well, I just want to say this. Freedom of speech does not mean freedom of consequences. You're entitled to say what you want to say, but that doesn't mean that you won't suffer some consequences for that. And so the other part of it too, I wouldn't necessarily characterize Will as enjoying privilege. I just think it's when you command value in the marketplace, you get away with certain things that somebody else can't. This is the reason why you have A-list actors, B-list actors, C-list actors. That's just pretty much the way it goes.
That's the definition of privilege. That's the definition of privilege.
When you command value in the marketplaces, it is what it is.
Yes, privilege.
It is what it is. Because privilege implies something that isn't earned or something that he hasn't worked for. Will Smith is not Will. He was up there winning an Oscar for a reason. He's a box office draw. he makes the studios money.
Right.
So I wouldn't. That's not privilege. Is something that you haven't earned. But the brother has worked hard to get to. The brother has worked hard. I didn't interrupt you, brother. The brother has.
No. I'm not going to interrupt you. That's what I was asking. If you were done, go ahead.
Okay, the brother has worked hard to get to where he's gotten. So I don't think we should forget that. Now, I like I said last night, I understand where it was coming from, but I do think he was wrong, because on a stage that big in front of the whole world, you just can't, you can't do that. And I think what you were looking at, I don't even think, like when we saying, well, he wouldn't do this, he wouldn't have did it to this person or that person. What you saw from Will Smith was unbridled, visceral, pent up rage and frustration. I think no matter who it was up there on that stage that night, it would have been some type of confrontation. Now, would he have slapped him and got away with it? Probably not. But I think if you just look at when he went and sat back down and how he was talking, the brother was fuming. He was furious, which lets me know that when we say, well, he was laughing at the joke before, that was the mask. When we see him laughing at the joke, that was the mask. The mask came off when he lost his composure. And I think that's why even in his acceptance speech, he was talking about, how, being disrespected and stuff like that. And you have to smile and pretend to go along and get along and take it. Look, we all know what it is out here in the world of business. When we out here at work, we have people that get on our nerves. We have to laugh at jokes that's not funny. That happens all the time. So I think that was the mask. And then the last part I would want to say is, I think what we're looking at is the effects of social media. I mean, let's think about this. 10, 20 years ago, you didn't have a such thing as memes. Like the how fast the information is being disseminated throughout the culture is at warp speed. And so being the butt of everybody's jokes for months and months and months and months, and you having to smile and laugh and take it, then you got to do the red table talk and stuff like that. I think the brother just reached his breaking point. I think that's what it was. He snapped and he lost his composure.
Well, you're making an assumption that the first laughter was a mask. You're making an assumption. Two, you defined privilege. That's what privilege is. It doesn't matter.
That's not what privilege is.
That is what privilege is.
No, it's not.
Harvey Weinstein also has privilege that he earned. Harvey Weinstein.
I wrote that same thing down.
Harvey Weinstein worked his way up.
That's a false equivalency.
But it's not. It is the equivalent. It's working your way up.
It's a false equivalency.
I didn't interrupt you. Remember, we're not interrupting. That was your thing.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So Harvey Weinstein worked his way up to that privilege that he thought made it okay to sexually assault women. Yes, you're absolutely right. Will Smith worked his way up to that privilege where he knows I can go on a national stage, smack someone in the mouth, and nothing's going to happen to me because I'm Will Smith and I worked for this privilege. But that is privilege defined. Also, you're not using freedom of speech, in my opinion, correctly. Okay. Chris Rock is not a politician. He is a comedian hired to do comedy at the Oscars. This wasn't them. He's running against Will Smith to be president of the United States. He was doing his job, and Jada Pinkett specifically didn't like how Chris was doing his job. So that's different from freedom of speech. It doesn't mean freedom of speech means that you're not free from consequences. That's not how life works. That's not how the law works. If you believe that, then you can say something to somebody. You can just say, hey, watch it, you're in my way, and they could put a bullet in your head, and we would have to justify that and say, well, he shouldn't have told him don't step on his sneakers. That's how asinine that comment is. You can't if somebody taps you, hit them with a sledgehammer and be like, hey, well, that you can't, that's, you're not free from consequence. It doesn't make sense. It would make us uncivilized. It would make us equivalent to animals, and I've seen animals act better than that. So it sounds great to say, well, freedom of speech is not freedom for consequence. It sounds good, but it's asinine regarding this specifically because you're talking about a comedian that was doing his job at said time. And someone in the audience just didn't like how it sounded. And because they had the power to assault somebody and get away with it, that's why we're talking about this today. Will Smith would not have done that to a Ricky Gervais or Jerry Seinfeld. He would not have stepped on that stage and slapped anybody. He did it because Chris Rock isn't built that way, and he knew he's Will Smith. He knew he was going to sit there and get his Oscar and party after. That's why he was dancing in the club after, like it was okay. So yeah, it is privilege defined. Jabari, I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, I'm very technical. I went and looked up the definition of privilege. Hey, Juana.
Hey.
Privilege is a right or immunity granted as a peculiar benefit, advantage, or favor, especially such right or immunity attached specifically to a position or an office. It has nothing to do with we make up a lot of words. We change a lot of definitions today, but this is the definition of privilege. When we talk about, all these other interpretations of the word, that's what it is. That means you reach a certain point, and as you reach certain points, you get more things granted to you. The things that are granted to you are privilege. That's by definition. The next thing was social media. And, I don't disagree with you on this, brother. I think that it was a year and a half of being dunked on and being the brunt of jokes. But guess what? That wasn't Chris Rock's fault. They put themselves out there. They did. Jada decided to do I don't even watch the crap, the Red Table Talks or whatever it's called. She put their family business out there. When he wrote his book, he had to respond by writing to that book. What she was putting out there. She chose to put his family's business out there. So to say, if somebody else is poking you, and then they walk away and somebody else says, yo, and you hit that person, you can't blame the pokes on you hitting that person. That's not how it works, because it was a completely different thing and a completely different person. If anything, to your point, and I agree with your point, he hit the wrong person that day. He wanted to hit August, whatever his name is. I'll show you, I don't even know these people. He wanted to hit August, whoever it was, or whoever else that Jada was having her entanglements with that we don't know anything about, but he does. That's who he wanted to hit. He wanted to hit the people who've been clowning him as a result of that for years. That's who he wanted to hit. He chose, and this is what we're talking about, consequences. He chose to attack Chris Rock because he felt he could. And when he was able to hit him and walk away, that smirk was because he knew he was right in his estimation. The fact that he went out and partied afterwards proved that he was right in his estimation, because what we witnessed was assault. Plain and simple. That was assault and battery. Assault is when you attack someone. Battery is when you physically make contact while you're assaulting them. We witnessed an assault and battery on national TV. He did not, and he knew Chris Rock is a comedian. He's not going to press charges. He's that guy.
So you're saying in that split second, he made all of those determinations and calculations. Is that what you're asking me to believe?
Hell yeah, absolutely. Ridiculous. And if you think about it, when you about to fight, and I don't know where you're from, but when you about to fight, when you're in a situation where a conflict's going to come up, in a split second, you say, is it worth it to swing on this guy? Is it worth you're walking through a club, or you're in a party, somebody bumps into you and they're disrespectful in their response. You say, excuse me, bro. And somebody's like, man, F you. Split second, you decide whether to lay them down or whether to walk away. It happens in a split second. He made that calculation because he was laughing, and then he decided to get up and walk on stage. This wasn't bam, bam. He was laughing. He looked at her. She looked at him. And in that moment, he decided. He made a conscious decision. Like we all do. Every conflict is predicated with that split second of, is it worth it? And we all have those split seconds. I mean, do you agree?
Yeah,
I'm not trying to make an assumption for you, but
to be honest with you, I mean, and I know I've gotten to this point. It's only so much that I'm gonna take, and that's whether it's verbal or not. That's why I said, like, even with the freedom of speech thing, because when you're talking about the comedic stage being sacred and being free from reprisals, and you even mentioned it when you made the juxtaposition between a tyranny and comedy coexisting. It's the reason why it didn't coexist, because you didn't have a Bill of Rights that said you could say what you want to say. You didn't have those. See, under a tyranny, you don't have constitutional rights. You don't have the right to freedom of speech, because the consequences are going to come. And what I'm saying is, in our society, yes, you have you have a constitutional right to express yourself, freedom of expression. And what I'm saying is that does not necessarily mean being free from consequences. Yes, you have, though that ain't got nothing to do with politics. That's just the way our society is set up. Our society is set up legally. Now, am I saying that if a person hauls off and assaults you, does that mean, they're not going to suffer consequences? No, of course they'll suffer consequences, because as you said, it's assault. But I know for me, and like for certain other people, I don't give a damn what it is. If you say certain things and push me to a certain point, I'm gonna put my whole foot off up in your ass, and the consequences be damned. That's just what it is.
Let me ask you a question. No, and I'm not arguing with you. I'm not arguing with you on that. Like, I'm really not. But that's not the way. There's in this country, and we're not the first place where there was not a tyranny in the world. Yeah. There are African nations that go back long before us that weren't tyrannies. You know what I'm saying? Where they were ruling in democracies.
Right. My
point is, people told jokes. You got to be able to tell jokes. And in our society, the media is toxic as hell, but the media is a protected speech. It's a protected speech. It's what separates us from tyranny, which is why our media can criticize our government. Comedians are a protected group. You have to be, if you can't take a joke, and this is my big issue. If you can't take a joke, don't do it to a comedy. And I wrote this down. The earliest comedians were pulled into the Oscars as a way of punching holes in the egos of the award shows. It was so that the people that were watching it didn't think that those people were so haughty, so above themselves, because they wanted to grind to keep the people that were winning awards in Hollywood. They wanted them to stay approachable. And there's nothing that makes a person as approachable as being able to take a joke, which is why they started bringing comedians on to award shows in the 1960s, in the era of big Hollywood. I actually wrote that down. He couldn't take a joke. He couldn't take a joke. And that's kind of the bottom line. Like, if you're in a comedy club, if you and I are in a comedy club right now, and you with your lady, and the comedian starts clowning your lady, you got two options. You really got two options. And this is the option that most logical people would do. And I've seen true gangsters. I'm sure we all know people that fit that category who will walk out. You'll walk out because you don't want that guy to push you to a point where you got to do something else. So you walk out. And Will, it wasn't that bad a joke, bruh. I've heard Will, bruh, if you read about the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Will and Carlton or Alfonso harassed the original Aunt Viv. Like, they drove this woman crazy, and they were just cracking jokes. According to them, that's their excuse. Like, we're just joking. And now he can't take a joke. I just think that's like disingenuous, bro.
Let me jump in here real quick.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Jen. I didn't want to. If he needed to respond, because I didn't want to, I'm never want to make people feel like I'm attacking them or I address them without them being able to respond to what I say.
Really fast, because we have seen some social commentary on this from the Academy, from the movies, and that was The Nutty Professor. And then and this is where Dave Chappelle got his first role, when he was Reggie, and he was the comedian Reggie in the comedy club, picking on Professor Clump, embarrassing Professor Clump. And that social commentary, he was very over the top and abrasive with his comedy, and how he was going above and beyond, humiliating that character that Eddie Murphy was playing, Professor Clump. And then when Eddie Murphy came back as Buddy Love, he gave him an own taste of his medicine and whooped his ass. So we are at least aware that there is some type of boundaries when it comes to doing stand-up comedy.
That's your measure, like the nutty.
Let me use that same example though. And that same example, he came back with comedy. He came back with comedy. He didn't walk on stage and swing on
he
Reggie.
got up on stage and beat him. Remember, he got up on the stage.
No. He was clowning him, and Reggie said, "Oh no, we're gonna have to fight about this." Reggie threw the first punch. Reggie made it aggressive. He met Reggie with jokes. If Will had got up there and snapped back on Chris Rock, we wouldn't be having the same kind of conversation. If he had gotten up there and talked about Chris Rock hair and Chris Rock being skinny or whatever, it would be a different situation. But he responded. He didn't respond in kind. He responded with violence. He responded, and that's in a civilized society. You got to be able to take a joke, or you stop being. To me, and this part is opinion. In a civilized society, you've got to be able to take a joke. Like, you've got to be able to take a joke. And for somebody who doles out jokes, to not be able to take a joke and to run immediately to violence, for violence to be your first response when you are someone whose career, especially your early career in acting, was based on comedy. For that to be your first response for what wasn't even that aggressive a joke. I mean, there have been way worse jokes told, way more personal jokes told at award shows recently. So
sometimes you just gotta show folks you ain't the person to be playing with.
Let me interject here. Let me interject here before the gangster talk starts, because it's always bullshit. This is where I get frustrated. I would do this and I would do that. Ain't nobody trying to fucking do a bid over a joke. So let's everybody calm down.
Right.
Foremost, ain't nobody doing a bid over. Ain't nobody catching a charge over a fucking joke. Let's be clear.
Right. Which you should have.
I don't like how the word consequences, right, for freedom of speech is being used. Chris Rock is an artist. He was performing his art on stage. Okay. If it is okay to not like his art to the point where you're slapping him in the mouth, then someone can see Will Smith in 6 Degrees of Separation play a gay man, and someone who hates gay men could see him walking down the street and slap him in the mouth for his performance. So that's how stupid we're sounding. Oh, well, you just because you're a comedian, you can't say anything. Well, how about I'm crazy too? And I'm like, just because you're an actor don't mean you can play a gay man. I don't like gay people. Now, when I see you, I'm gonna slap you in the mouth. Automatically, you would say, hey, wait a minute. That was Will just working. That was just Will being gay. Why are you slapping in the mouth for him acting gay? That it is the same thing as why you think a comedian can be assaulted for telling a joke. That's how stupid it sounds. Chris Rock was at work. He was at his job.
I understand all of that, but listen to what I'm saying.
You don't understand it because it sounds to me like you're trying to justify, well, there's consequences for what you say.
I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying.
But they were not at a party. They were not at a party. He was not in this man's home. He was on stage doing his job. And the second thing I want to reply about what you said is, well, he's been the butt of a joke for a year and a half. Welcome to Hollywood. I see a celebrity get dragged every 2-3 days. And I mean dragged for filth, okay? Memes, videos, people are putting their mothers and their kids and all kinds. I mean, dragging celebrities to filth. It is the new world order, except like Will and Jada, they don't put all their business out there and all their sexual activities out there, and they get dragged anyway. What we're seeing is privilege gone haywire. What Jada wants to be exempt from what's happening to everybody in Hollywood. Everybody's getting dragged. Kanye was getting dragged for filth, okay, the past couple of days. Now Jada and Will's turn, but they're like, oh, not us. We're Jada and Will. You can't do that to us. We can talk about all kinds of stuff, but you can't do that over here. That is what they're trying to put out there now. I can slap somebody in the face for joking about my wife. They are not exempt. And now you see social media, you see the jokes are getting much, much worse. So who else? You tell me, Amiri, who else should he slap? Because now he's the bigger butt of the jokes. Now his wife is getting dragged, okay, for seducing a 20-something-year-old in her home. Now they're really be getting dragged. So you tell me, Amiri, who else? What other award show will be, have this pent up anger? Who should he slap?
I'm not saying I never said Will was right for what he's doing. I don't want to get the conversation or the discussion misconstrued. All I'm saying is, I mean, listen, I don't have to justify it, because the fact that Will was able to go up there and assault Chris Rock and get away with it is proof of what I'm saying. You can choose your words, but you can't choose your consequences. That's all I'm saying. I'm just giving you what it is. He did it, and I mean, he did it, and he did it, and he got away. He got away with it
because there's a privilege in Hollywood for moneymakers. So
yeah, I mean, that's
you're proving
that's what it is. When you command value in the marketplace, you're gonna just be able to do certain things and get away with it. And not only that, look, let's not just take this one uncharacteristic, unsavory moment of Will Smith and just paint him with a broad brush. This brother has been in Hollywood since he was a young man for over 20 something years. He has a stellar background, hasn't been in any trouble. It's not like he has a history of this. It's his first time doing something like this. So let's not act as if that doesn't have something to do with the latitude that he's been given by a segment of the population and the Academy. Now, if this was something where he showed himself to be a troubled individual, he's always into something, he's always doing something. If he was known as a Hollywood bad boy, then of course it would be a bit different.
Why does that make a difference? I'm sorry. Why would that make?
Because it just does that. It just does. That's why it just does.
Can I say something to him? Because this is like,
yeah, go ahead.
This is out of control at this point. I think that first of all, he does have a history of hitting photographers or paparazzi. He does have.
You mean to do that? Try to kiss him in the mouth? That was sexual assault.
No, not even
sexual.
That's one of them.
If a man trying to kiss me in the mouth, and that's sexual assault.
Sir, I understand. I agree, but there have been incidents outside of that.
Doing that, you deserve to get popped in the mouth.
Yeah, okay. Like I said, there have been incidents outside of that. So, I understand, but whether someone has a reputation or a history of doing something versus, this is their first time, this is their first offense, it's still an offense. And I think that people are coming up here and they're trying to over contextualize things, and that's a problem, right? If we're going to just analyze this at face value, it's wrong. At face value, if we're just going to analyze what happened and what took place and what everyone witnessed, it's wrong. And I think that the fact that he wouldn't have done it had it been a white man, had it been a white comedian, that changes the optics and that makes it worse, right? Because that says more about his intention and his outrage and his real true feelings about what's happening. So I think that we don't need to over contextualize this. Look at it for what it is. You can say that Chris Rock's joke as a comedian, and comedians do that, right? Comedians, sometimes their jokes don't land. Sometimes their jokes are not funny. Sometimes they're made in poor taste. You can say that two things can be true at the same time. We can walk and chew gum, right? But I think the way, handling it in that manner, for me as a woman, and a lot of people say, Black women don't know protection. Well, this is not about Black women. This is about the ego. This is about the self. This is about the image. And I think we need to keep that at the forefront of our mind, right? This is about Jada. This is about sort of the complexities of what they've experienced, what they've gone through, but it's really no one else's problem, right? People say, when you get to that level or you're of a certain stature and this and that, Jen said it, welcome to show business. Welcome to.
Uh-oh.
We can't hear you, Annalicia.
Anna.
We can't hear you. You muted yourself, Annalicia. Wait.
No, I don't even think she muted herself because her box isn't even vibrating. I think she's probably bored out and has to leave out and come back in.
It says she muted her mic.
Okay. Let me say this,
What you got?
It was so crazy. Y'all hit every point. You know, obviously. Oh, I'm gonna say your name right, Amiri. Amiri?
Yeah, Amiri.
Oh, okay. Look, I mean, he has said some controversial stuff, but here's the thing. Yesterday, it's so funny because we were having a conversation about protecting Black women, and then this Will thing came up. Everybody was like, "Oh, Will just did this in defense of Black women." I think people really believe that this was somehow showing that Black men in a lot of cases will protect Black women, and they see punching an innocent, vulnerable guy in the face as like real protection for us. And the thing that's concerning to me is the trends and examples that are coming now. I don't know if you all saw, like, Offset was like, yeah, if y'all say something about my wife, I'll punch you in the face too. Like, the trends that it's going to create, because I think men are, you need to understand that you average everyday men, you're going to jail, right? Like
Hell, most rich men going to jail.
You're going to jail. If you come anywhere near me, like in my family, like you're going to jail, because I don't play. So I feel like they think like, oh yeah, like this was an example. Like, you really need to learn conflict resolution. I talked about that yesterday. It's a thing. It's like a skill set. You need to learn it, because I feel like a lot of us don't have it. We don't know how to escalate situations, when to not escalate it to violence, and when it's necessary. There are cases when, yeah, you have a threat to your life, and it's necessary to escalate violence, and it's necessary to defend yourself. That was not one of them. Will is a very powerful man. He has a voice. He really could have used his platform to bring light to what Chris Rock did, but instead he decided that he was going to humiliate himself on a day when he was supposed to be honored, or at least he was going to win
the biggest day of his career,
a prestigious award. And I mean, I feel like this was his first time winning, and I know he doesn't care about, well, I won't say he doesn't care about it, right? I know he boycotted some years ago and said that unless Black people start being nominated, he wasn't going to participate. But I think that for actors and actresses, and Jen, you could speak to that, because you know, like, it's prestigious to win an Oscar nomination, like, for your first time, as long as Will have been doing it. And he was in tears when he even gave.
I look at it differently. Go
ahead. Yeah,
I'm a weird person. It increases your pay, and that's why I would want one.
That's right.
Like, who likes my acting and who doesn't, and who's voting me and who's not. It increases my pay, and that's why
it gives you that A-list tap, that A-list, right?
Denzel,
everybody but Monique, right? Because Monique did something opposite.
Denzel said, at the end of the day, it's an 8-pound statue.
Yeah,
and that's how I look at it. At the end of the day, it's an 8-pound statue, but it does increase your pay. But then there's also what you're talking about, Tawana G, which is the Oscar curse, where it's like people win an Oscar straight out the gate, and then you never see them working again.
Like, then nobody wants to pay what they want, right?
Right, they can't. Right, they're like, well, you're not going to put asses in seats, so we're not giving you $10 million.
Just to see, when we say, and I want to define protection, because protection is like, so, you know, it's just like, it's not clear. Everybody has this weird definition of what they really think protection is. And then for you guys to ask people who don't know how to regulate their emotions, who don't know how to like lead, who don't have emotional intelligence to actually make a good decision about protection. No, you need to clearly define it for these people. And attacking someone who is not being aggressive toward you, or, I mean, it is at his place of work, really, like, he apologized, said he loved Jada, all that. Why exactly was that a threat where he needed to walk on stage and slap this man? I don't understand that. I don't even know why people are justifying it or even supporting that. Yeah,
but I noticed that there's a common theme where it's like people of color in general, like, they champion their own demise.
Yes.
That wasn't a win. That wasn't a win.
That was not a win.
That was a loss.
For Black men, it wasn't a win for Black women. It wasn't a win. Like, you have to recognize an L when you see one. That was a fucking L. That's going to open up the floodgates for people to act more stupid online, people to act more stupid in person, more artists to be in danger, not only comedians, but singers. It's going to get worse and worse and worse. This is not a win. And it's sad to me because, you know, everybody's a gangster. And if you talk to me and my wife like that, it's going to be on and popping. You know, everybody's a gangster, right? We're all gangsters. You got a gun. I got a gun. Everybody got guns, right? Like the guy
I
said,
love that line.
Empire, right? You remember?
Yeah, I love that line.
I love that line. And that's how it is on social media. It's like everybody's a tough guy, but it's like you are championing your own fucking demise. This is an L. This was not a win for anybody. It wasn't a win. Well, like I said before, welcome to Hollywood. Everybody gets dragged. Shit, most of us aren't famous, and we're getting dragged.
All dragged. Oh, we've all been dragged.
Like, seriously, dragged, smeared.
So it's like this is the new world order. But again, Jada and Will are, like someone said, the holy cows. It's like no one can talk about them. You're not going to talk about me. He didn't even look like I said before, we've all lost our temper, and afterwards we like, damn, I think too much. I said too much. And then you ask your friends, like, that was too much, right? He went and partied holding the Oscar above his head. That is privilege. That had absolutely not a fucking thing to do with race.
And
privilege.
And can I add something to that? Because I thought it was interesting. I thought that a lot of actors, black and white, that seemed to be. I'm not gonna. It's conjecture to say they were kind of congratulating him, or, you know, because I can understand men being men, seeing something like that and being like, yo, I wish I could do that. Like, I get that. But I think what's problematic about it is, and what makes him probably feel more entitled, is the fact that, you know, people weren't coming up to him. Well, based on what I've heard and what I've read and what, conjecture, no one was saying, hey, like, that's problematic behavior. Like, you know, I saw a lot of people hugging him, and, you know, he really slid into that victim role, and it was like second nature. And this sort of speaks to the role that Black men not only play in Hollywood, or that they play in real life, in social media. Like, this is a problem, right? It's a problem because if you're always a victim, no one's really, you can't be held accountable if you're a victim. And if Black men are the victims of society, the way that they've sort of, this is a narrative that they lean into. It makes it difficult to hold them accountable, even when they're publicly running up on someone and slapping them in the face. It's a problem.
You know what, Anna? You know what I was thinking? You know what I was thinking, Anna? I was thinking maybe people felt like he was at a point that was like a breaking point, and they didn't want to, like, you know how
I don't even think it's that. I think those people can relate. I think that's why you heard that.
I just want to finish my statement. I'm sorry, because I was going to say that, like, I work in mental health, and sometimes you come to tell people difficult, I used to work in mental health. You come to tell people difficult situations, right? Like, there's a lease violation, and I'm there to kind of intervene and see what's going on. But sometimes, depending on their mental state in the moment, I'm not about to be like, you owe money. Right? I'm just not going to talk about certain issues right then, right? I agree. Hoping that he does have a circle of people who at least called him later and said, dude, like, what are you doing? Because I did see very prominent people, Steve Harvey, like people like that, right, who spoke openly about how they disagreed with what he did, and like they thought it was wrong, and they thought it was like uncalled for. It was some other people that I can't name. So there were people who spoke out about it, who had a seemingly good relationship with Will Smith, who felt like, hey, I've talked to this brother, told him my opinion as well. So I just think maybe because Denzel said something that was kind of like, the devil tests you when you're in this situation, something like that, right?
It's always
I think that's
always the devil.
I think that people don't want to, when you're in a fragile state, right? Like, if you saw Will, he seems like he needs therapy, and that's my opinion. Like he seems like his
He's on somebody's couch.
You don't act like that. That's not a normal reaction to that. It's not a normal reaction when you have power, when you've been doing this for so long, you've had control, you've been able to maintain this image of yourself. It doesn't seem like to me that you would react that way. I think something's seriously wrong with him. And he needs to
Can I
do that.
and I just wanted to say this is what I was saying, sorry, before I had to jump off. But I think a lot of and I want to sort of preface my opinion in itself, because I understand men are men, and we can't tell men how to react, right? We can't tell them how to protect us or defend us or this or that.
Unless you're Jada, and then you can give the eye and he darts up.
That's exactly what he did.
But see that I'm not even going to do that, because it's like this is a grown man and who is accountable for what he does, what he says, as we all are, right? We're adults, we're accountable. Even, adolescents at a certain age, they're learning. We're sort of building them up to get to that point where they say, hey, listen, you're kind of on your own, and this is the life that you're living. But I think that when it comes to protecting or the protection of Black women, I think that he could have used this as an opportunity to shed light on the devastation of alopecia, if that truly was, right? If that truly was sort of the catalyst in all of this. And people can say, oh, it was, it's their marriage and all of this and all of that. None of that really matters. Like, I can understand it. I do understand it. But in terms of impact and in terms of really trying to protect someone, I think it would have probably served him and her better if he just brought awareness to the pain and the devastation that alopecia has caused on her social and emotional world, and maybe brought attention to alopecia as an issue and as something that people can advocate on behalf of, and just say, don't, so we're not going to make jokes anymore moving forward. I think that would have been more impactful. I think that would have been, that's a veil of protection. Like, that's a way to protect someone. This is what's happening. This is what I'm advocating on behalf of moving forward. I'm checking, like, this is a forewarning. I'll check you now. We're not going to do that, right? That's off limits. I think you could say it's diplomacy. I just feel like that would have been more impactful. I don't think that like this is not the antiquated, we're not in the deep South anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not.
I am in the deep South.
We've evolved.
You in the deep South?
Yes.
No, but I just mean,
I live in South Georgia.
The whole slapping and like getting out the knives and the guns and the swords and dueling. Like, we've evolved past that, right? Like, I understand where it came from, and I understand then it served a purpose. I understand the significance of honor, but it's like you're at a prestigious ceremonial award show, like time and place. And the optics look bad. Like, as a Black man, it just looks terrible. And I think that there's a way to have been more impactful and to provide more protection. That's what I think.
I just think it would have been, it would have looked so much better for him to go on there and do a soliloquy about alopecia, which is the equivalent of having a fucking finger wart. Like, we're becoming so big. Like, are we gonna start wearing t-shirts? I suffer from alopecia. Like, it's so common.
But do they do that though?
It happens when you're stressed. It's like having acne. It's like, and I'm telling you, she has the mildest case of alopecia I've ever seen. I have a cousin.
A lot of people have their eyebrows fall off.
He has no eyebrows, no eyelashes, hair. I'm talking about, he looks like a total alien. She's sitting, and sorry, I cannot feel sorry for these people. Even being in the business, I cannot feel sorry for these people. You know what you are signing up for. There is no excuse. We cannot be beyond reproach. And I feel like, going back to your point, Annalisa, this is something I do agree with you on. There's always an excuse for violence from Black men. They're killing each other in New York. Well, oppression. Well, look, Chris Rock got smacked, but he's been made memes for a year and a half. Like, there's always an excuse for the violence and the degenerative behavior. Well, the devil, Denzel, the devil. When the devil, it was the devil. That was not the devil walking across that stage.
That was him.
That was Will Smith. There's always an excuse. And I'm sorry, I cannot get behind, and I'll get behind anything. I do the nonprofit work just like everybody else. I cannot get behind the alopecia movement. I can't.
I have to be honest.
I'm feeding the homeless people. I'm buying socks for homeless people. I'm mentoring teenagers. I'm mentoring my nieces. I can't do the alopecia campaign.
No, I have to be honest. Alopecia, I have siblings with alopecia, but like alopecia, like on the furthest end, the most like bald, and the whole on head to toe bald. And I have to be honest, it does. The emotional impact and the social emotional impact, it is huge. It's very devastating, especially for women.
Jada
right?
That? You think Jada Pinkett Smith sitting?
No. But I'm just saying. I'm saying alopecia
just in
as
general,
a condition.
alopecia.
I'm saying it can be devastating, especially in a world where beauty standards and it's so pushed into the mouths and down the throats of women to present a certain way, to have a certain aesthetic, especially Black women with their hair. Right. That is a touchy subject. I can appreciate it. I can understand it. I have family members, and it can be socially and emotionally devastating, and it really does hurt the self-esteem. With that being said, Jada is gorgeous. Jada is good. Jada's gorgeous in a burlap sack. That's like my opinion.
But she has to feel that way too, guys. So it's to me, to your point, Jen, I think it's okay for him to be upset about the comment, or her to be upset about the comment. But I'm a real advocate for conflict resolution skills and how to appropriately address things. And I think that there, to an Alicia's point, it was a better way to really talk about that and go through that conversation. And he just failed to do that in the moment. So he reacted like an animal, but it's cool. But afterward, I really would have appreciated that he would have at least said, I apologize for being physical with you, right? Like that was not necessary. Even if you would disagreed with whatever he said and you felt like it humiliated your wife, which I can completely sympathize with and understand. Like you can't, what I don't agree with is like bringing Jada into it at all, because I feel like with men, you can't control their reaction to stuff. Sometimes they just like, look, whatever they see as like, embarrassing to their wife, or maybe they feel like they need to step in, a man will do that. So sometimes Jada probably had no control over it happened like that. He got on the stage, the slap was fast, even though they showed it in slow-mo on all the other cameras. I was watching it like in real time. He slapped him pretty fast. Like it happened like that. So I just think that sometimes we have to be, conscious of, like some things can affect people, but it's better ways to address issues. It's not always got to be a physical altercation every time you get into an argument. I think in our community, we're used to resolving things in a physical way. Like even, disciplining your children now is becoming like a thing where people are learning other ways to discipline your children. But corporal punishment was huge in our community even up until recently. So we even address our children with that type of approach. Like, oh, you said something I don't like, come here and go get a belt. Like, or you heard the whole comedians talk about getting a switch and bringing a switch inside the house. Like we've heard these stories over and over. They poke fun of issues that are really real in our community. Corporal punishment is a thing. So I think that we need to, as a community, learn other ways to address conflict. And we really, you can tell we don't know how to deal with conflict, because there's so many of us who are advocating for slapping him because he said something that he didn't like.
And I feel like
I agree and disagree, Tawana Jean, and then I want to throw it to Freezy. Is that Freezy? Is that you? Is that who's up here?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Freezy.
Let me say this. I'll throw you the mic. I agree and I disagree with you. The conflict resolution 110%, but I disagree that she has nothing to do with it, that she was sitting there innocent.
I know.
Those two are Bonnie and Clyde. You watch them at Red Table Talk. The whole entanglement was funny to them.
Yeah.
They even have a quote that they say to each other from the Bad Boys movie.
Bad marriage for life. Yeah.
Funny to them. I think that they very much move as a unit, as most couples do, right?
Yeah.
I know me specifically, if I'm out, I know where to dress a certain way with. We are all grown. We are not teenagers. We know where to dress a certain way with the man. We know when our man is getting hyper, we like, babe, it ain't worth it. Chillax. It's not that serious. And we also know how to be stoic when we know if we show a certain emotion, our man will either get arrested that night or physically hurt. Let's not pretend that we don't know that. Let's not pretend that we don't know the temperament of our man. She was with that man over 20 years. They are like this. She knew making her faces. If I'm with my man and I'm like, I'm making a face, he already knows, oh shit, Jen is gonna call the manager out here. So I can't absolve her from her attitude. I can't absolve her. In my opinion, I feel like she liked the attention. She liked Will like going all out for her because there was so many rumors of him sleeping with other women. So to me, she wore it as a badge, like, ha, doesn't matter which one of you bitches he sleeps with because look what he did for me. That's how I saw it. I could be wrong. That is my opinion. She finally felt like, look, he's finally standing up for me, regardless of what the rumors and the memes are. We're showing a united front. That is how I saw it. So I don't see her as this bolting flower that was like, no, Will, don't go. Don't go.
I know we disagree on this one.
He laughed.
Yeah.
Yeah, he laughed and it wasn't like a sinister laugh. Like Amiri said. He laughed like when you laugh. He laughed. And then he looked at us, she was like, and then the whole thing changed. His whole thing changed. But then we didn't even see the camera. They didn't leave the camera on them. So we don't know if she leaned over to him. I'm sure that'll come out. You know, all that footage will come out. But we don't, but I just don't see. I get your point though, and I get why you shouldn't bring the wife in because a man's gonna do what a man's gonna do. But I gotta say, as your woman, okay, we know the temperament of our man. We know what's gonna set them off. She could have been like, yeah, okay. And then after been like, I don't like what he did. And then he could have went over to Chris Rock and been like, look, Jada felt disrespected.
Right.
She knew she was setting it off. Come on.
But here's the thing. This is why, you know how I feel about this though. I feel like Will Smith is 100% accountable for what Will Smith does. Like, I don't think that we can say, oh, it's from whatever she did 6 years ago that's causing him to have this emotional breakdown. No, you have enough money to get therapy. Like, you have enough money to work through it. And so it's just not a lot of excuses for me. Like, okay, this is what a lot of men do. They say, well, if you wouldn't have did this, I wouldn't have did that. And it's kind of the same thing that we're doing to Jada and Will. We're saying, well, if she would have controlled her temperament, if she would have done something differently, maybe he would have responded differently. And you know, that narrative, it doesn't work with me because I feel like ain't nobody gonna make me do nothing illegal to nobody else. Like, nobody on this earth. I don't care. Like, yeah, I may want to get back at that person. We may contrive a plan to destroy, but am I gonna do something, illegal in because whatever? Like, no. Now, you escalate to violence. Oh, I'm gonna escalate it to violence as well.
But let me ask you this, Tawana G. Let me ask you this.
Okay.
OG Patrice, yeah, I saw what his publicist put out. I saw the apology.
I saw that. Mm-hmm.
I don't believe them apologies. Last night, when Will Smith apologized, he apologized to everybody but Chris Rock.
He did.
Now, Damage Control the next day, and it's like, you got to apologize to Chris Rock because he apologized. So now you got to apologize so you could be, America's favorite again. So let me ask you this, Tawana G. You're happily married.
Yes, ma'am.
Gorgeous couple, okay? Happily married. You are in a nightclub, right?
You about to set me up.
You are in a nightclub, okay? Some dudes are acting up. You know the temperament of your husband, okay?
Yeah.
Are you gonna egg him on? Or are you gonna be like, baby, come on, this ain't even worth it. It's dumb. Because in your mind, you're thinking men fight in a very deadly way. I don't want my man getting locked up. Right. I don't want my man getting beat up. I don't want his face getting messed up. Are you sis, are you not gonna be like, babe, it's whatever, fuck them? I know I've done it.
No, you're right, because I've been in situations where I was new to the relationship, so I didn't really know how he was gonna react. And then I saw how he reacted. I was like, oh shit, like, okay, he, like hubby gonna kick some ass, you know what I'm saying? So I gotta be careful. So you're right in the sense where if I saw it was like danger, I would be like, babe, like, no, we got kids. Like, I'd be looking in his eyes, like, look, we got a baby. Like, this not worth it, especially in Chicago, because they crazy here. They'll just like shoot whoever. It's no, you know what I mean? Like, it's too dangerous. I would definitely not encourage him. I don't know if he would not do it still. I think he would probably still do whatever he wanted to do, but I would definitely try to calm his nerves.
That's all I'm saying.
I would definitely do
But wait,
that.
what did I miss? When did Jada implicitly or explicitly sort of
Right,
give him
I
the
don't
go
think she
ahead?
did
I
that.
didn't see her give him the go
We
ahead.
don't know. This is all speculation. We
Yeah.
do not know. We just know she made that Baltimore stank face, like, oh, you laughing at this dude? Joking. We did see that, but we didn't see the rest of the footage. We don't know if there was conversation.
I literally only saw her face
That's right.
sort of contort and react in response to the joke. She wasn't even looking at Will.
Right,
She
but
was
then they
looking
No,
at
actually,
Chris.
they said that they said that he looked over at her when they cut away. He looked over at her. She said something to him, and then he got up. That was the
That's-
sequence of
She
events.
rolled her eyes.
And that's from the
She rolled her eyes.
people at the table with him. They said that she rolled her eyes and rolled her head. He looked at her. She leaned over, said something to him, and that's when he got up and went onto the stage. That was the sequence of events.
His spirit was too light. Like, we were watching him laugh. Everything was like, he was laughing, and then that whole thing happened, and he went from 0 to 100.
May I-
Wait, super
may
chat
I-
break. Super chat break, and then I want to throw it to Freezy because he's been very patient. I got a feeling
That's right.
Freezy came to fight, and so
we ain't on my panel. I'm fighting with Freezy today.
Don't choose violence today, Freezy. You're gonna lose.
I choose violence. I'm gonna Will Smith you, Freezy today.
No doctrine. Thank you for the super chat. He says, one lesson here: when a grown man has a temper tantrum, people around him get hurt. Insert poetically embellished sim talk here. There's competitively at Tristan.
He's so funny.
Freezy, what you got? Because what you got, Freezy?
Freeze.
Okay,
You know who
okay,
you up
listen.
here with?
Listen. Let's address the elephant in the room. Y'all know Will Smith crazy as hell, right? I mean, come on, let's listen. Y'all, Will Smith need help. Okay, listen.
He do.
When Chris Rock told the joke, not only did Will laugh, he clapped his fucking hands.
Yeah.
He clapped his hands at the joke. Okay, so just like you guys was talking about earlier, just from the chain of events, from him laughing, clapping his hands, and then the camera cutting to him walking calmly on stage. That I don't know about y'all, but that was weird as hell to me. It was
That was a
scary.
sociopath.
I love it, Freezy. He did walk real calmly.
It was scary. It was scary. He needs help. That whole scene screamed out, somebody grab him. Somebody needs to grab him, give him a big
That's why I don't
hug.
do method acting. I hate method acting. I don't do method acting. It's horrible.
Wait, what's that? Tell me what that is, because I don't.
It's basically when you're studying for a role, and then you're that person all day, and you have your family address you as that person, and you walk around being that person. You go get coffee as that character, and you dress as that character, and feel and sleep and breathe as that character. And it's hard to shake. It is hard to shake.
Wait, didn't he say something about how I look like King Richard?
Yeah,
he said something.
He tried to put it on the roll.
Something.
He tried to put it on the roll. He was like,
Listen, Will is crazy. Listen, I'm gonna tell you something. Okay, and I'm not saying I'm kind of serious about that. He needs help, but let's make no mistake. I listened to some people give their opinions on Will and what he did. You know, social media has a lot of opinions going on. I don't get it. It was a joke. the joke wasn't even that bad. You
That's
know,
the
Right.
elephant in the room. That is the
and,
elephant.
Right.
and so listen, we keep talking,
It's
we
just a
keep throwing
joke.
alopecia out there, right? We talking about alopecia and all this stuff. He didn't get up. Let's make no mistake. He didn't get up and slap this man because of alopecia. He didn't get up and slap this man because of I don't even feel like he slapped Chris Rock because of his wife. I
No.
feel like he slapped Chris Rock for sheer embarrassment. He couldn't handle the embarrassment. It was, these people are entitled. For Christ's sake, they complained about not winning an Oscar few years ago.
Right.
Okay. I mean, these people are entitled. Listen, you think if me and my wife were front row at a Chris Rock concert,
Thank you.
and this man said something about my wife that was very embarrassing, I had the privilege or enough power to come up on stage and slap this man? No, I would have had to sit there in my seat and take it and laugh. And honestly, we would have laughed because we're at a fucking comedy show.
Yeah.
You
I used
understand what
to
I'm
sit
saying?
front row on purpose in comedy shows. I used to.
They're not gonna say nothing about you. What
They
gonna
have.
say? They have. What
Yes,
was the joke? I have to hear this. What the hell did they say?
It was years ago, but they would get me, and my friends never wanted to sit up front. They was like, "We're not sitting up there with you." I'd be like, "Come on, be fun. Let's see what they say." You know what to expect
Yeah.
in comedy shows.
Yeah.
Listen, only he could do that. Only he could do that. Listen, there have been plenty people in Will Smith and Jada's shoes. Tell me there hasn't.
It has.
Tell me
Yeah.
that. I mean, come on.
It
What
has.
are we
Every
talking
time.
about here?
Didn't they even talk about like the Beyonce and Jay-Z elevator thing? Like, I feel like
Yes, they have.
everything was on this. Like, anything that's happening in popular culture is like,
It has been a butt
it's
of the
up.
joke.
Yeah,
Every-
it's
that-
the
like
butt of
we
the
that's
joke.
something we
Yeah.
have to as a people. We can't take ourselves so seriously. Like, that's a problem. And
Yeah.
I understand, like, people are saying, oh, well, you can only go so far. Okay, but then where does that end, right? Because what if a kid has a bad day at school, or if something happens and he goes, you know what, you went too far, and I'm going to Columbine you the place. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, where's the line that we
Exactly.
draw to
But
say,
sis,
okay, well, you know
you've
what,
said
like,
that to me before.
you can go too go too far, but you also have a choice as to how you react to whatever it is, right?
That's
like
right.
the straw that broke the camel's back. Like, why does that have to be Chris's problem? That's my thing. Like, I can understand and I can empathize, and I'm not going to tell somebody how to respond to whatever, but why does that have to be everyone else's problem? Because at the end of the day, this didn't just affect Chris. This affected comedians. This affected all of the people that were watching, because it's like
the entire show, the rest of the show, because people were scared to say certain things because of what happened. I heard
that's another thing I found selfish.
Yeah.
There were other people who are winning Oscars for the very first time. That's out the window, because now it's all about, you know what I mean, the slap. Like, he gave zero fucks. Like, this is my world. This is my stage. This is my wife. And you don't talk about us, period.
he made a show.
Whole room. I'm gonna make this whole room my shit, my house. He bullied him. It was a bullying. But really quickly, super chat break. Thank you, Reese from Philly. I'm surprised you're not up here.
Hey, Reese.
He says this has sparked a colorism debate and recharged the gender war. Will laughing was fake. He was mad from the jump. Look at his eyes. Eyes never lie. I thought that was a real laugh. I thought he was doing his regular.
That man
like
laughed for real. He laughed
Yeah.
for real.
I'm sorry,
if
what
you go
beef
back,
did they have?
May I jump in? May I
Well,
jump
I
in
didn't
for
know
one
that
second?
they had beef. Sorry, Jabari, go ahead. Did they have
something
beef?
about-
Like, I see this. What I'm saying, people are like, now people are contextualizing everything, and now people are like highlighting the nuance. I had no idea that Chris and Will had any sort of contention ever.
He called him his friend in his apology. There's no way that they have some beef. I know he said something.
There are tons of pictures of them together.
They don't have no damn beef.
Now it's like this beef that's been brewing for 35 years. It's bull. He laughed at that joke. You could, and you know, he's very, he's like the genie wherever he is, right? Yeah. That's how he laughed at that joke. He clapped his hands, and she was like looking at him like, oh, is that what we're doing? So I don't know what she said, but yeah, she should work for the military, because whatever she said to that man, boy.
That was that mama look. But
y'all stop blaming Jada. Y'all know she ain't do that. Y'all
actually, I'm not. I want to make.
Baltimore, who's always talking about Tupac.
Listen, I
Oh,
have
let
been
me start on that.
I
May
have
I?
been in situations where I've been like disrespected, and I didn't expect, my man to react the way he reacted. I was like, "What's going on? What you doing? What you doing?" Like, so it's just kind of like
You see,
sometimes you don't know.
no, we can't do that. We can't. You see, it's like, and I hear this a lot. Will is an actor. He knows how to make laughter look real. So now the man never laughs and it's real. Like, I hate hearing that. People think that because you're an actor, you don't scream for real, you don't cry for real, you don't get angry for real, you don't laugh for real.
Mad.
Are you acting right now, Jen? Because you're an actor. Is this real or fake? We cannot think because people are actors, they're always acting. That's insane. Do you know that's insane? Like, that is insane. Like, for us to say, well, he knows how to make laughter look real. So there's no even a little tinge of maybe he was laughing for real because he found it funny and even.
But this is the thing though. If he was in character, right? If he was in character to go up there and slap the shit out of Chris Rock, why would he laugh in the first place and clap his? I don't understand the chain of events. Like, even if he was acting, why would he laugh and clap his hands then slap Chris Rock? It
As good
doesn't
an
go
actor
together.
as he would have stayed mad from the beginning, right?
Exactly.
And put out his angry husband role.
And I want to say this, and I'm gonna drop off. I'm gonna say this right here, man.
Whatever.
And maybe I'm reaching, but I'm gonna just get on my blog shit right now.
Uh-oh.
Y'all know that from the very beginning, Will Smith has been up Jada Pinkett's ass from the beginning. She didn't even want him in the beginning. He's been chasing her before they even got married, before they got together. He was practically stalking this woman. She didn't want him in the beginning.
No, wait. I know the story.
Okay, go ahead. Set me straight.
This is exactly what happened, again, from their from their mouth. I used to watch Red Table Talk all the time, but then Jada got too sappy for me. I used to watch it all the time. They were at that red table. What Will said happened was Jada auditioned for Fresh Prince. They didn't take her. They got somebody else.
Tyra Banks.
Right, Tyra Banks or whatever. He was interested in her. He wanted to date her. He was supposed to pick her up and date her. He saw Sherry, the chick that he married. On his way to get Jada, he saw that other chick and said, "Who is that over there?" He ended up dating that over there and marrying that over there. After their marriage fell apart, he calls Jada from her mouth. She said this: "I just bought a house and wherever. I was happy. I bought a farm. I always wanted a farm. I was successful. I was doing my own thing." Will called me and said, "Who are you dating?" These were the words verbatim. Will called me and said, "Who are you dating?" She says, "Nobody." He says, "Pack your shit. You're dating me now."
Well, I stand corrected here.
He packed her shit and went with him, but she also said he wasn't her type. But because
okay, that's what it was.
Right? Her type is
Let's keep because she was honest with him about her free spirit and wanting an open relationship. She was honest from the beginning, and Will says that he knew that she had this free spirit. He knew that she had witnessed a polygamous relationship as when growing up. She's been around polyamory. She knew that was her lifestyle. That's what she had experienced. So she was kind of like, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this monogamy thing, and Will was still on board.
Okay, Tawana. In other words,
she was
Will
like
Smith,
plan B. Like, who does that? She was plan B. She was like, "Hey, the woman I really wanted, she don't want to be married to me anymore, so I'll go back to you."
He planned C, D, and E for her. Look, now August was B. Who I don't know who A was. Let's see.
How somebody gonna spin the pot?
But you know what though? I see what Tawana was.
Will is not a victim. He knew what lifestyle he was coming into.
But it is a reflection though. I see what Jen is saying. It is a reflection of Jada too. Because she was with the shits.
Yeah.
She was with it.
Yeah.
That was kind of ignorant too, but I just don't understand, just to sum it up, I just don't understand why people are taking this so serious as far as him, going to bat for Will it was a damn joke, and the joke wasn't even that serious. Man.
Absolutely.
At all.
You know.
And the joke has been told before. Every time a woman gets a buzz cut, they're like, G.I. Jane. I've
They
heard
said the same thing about Natalie Portman.
Freezy, you brought up a good point of how slowly he walked. Like he was like
that nigga crazy.
He could have really decided not to do that right in that walk. He could have said, you know what? Fuck this.
I'm gonna say something to him.
I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna keep it moving.
But think about how much how much premeditation had to go into that though.
That's
you
right.
know?
That's the point I made earlier.
Like I've had a coworker that I wanted to slap, and then I was like, "No, don't do that." You know what I'm saying? Like I've had a coworker that I was like, "I'm gonna slap that bitch," right? Like I'm gonna do it, and then I was like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that, right? Like,
hey, listen, I might be a sellout for saying this, but I'm mad. I'm kind, hey, listen, kudos to Chris Rock for not pressing charges, but if it was me, I would have took Will Smith all the way up through there. Trust me.
That's right, because it's a video.
Yeah, if I'm not gonna press charges, yeah, we're gonna dance. If I'm not gonna press charges, we're gonna dance. I
was very disappointed that Chris Rock did not take action.
Square up. Square up. I wanted him to square up.
May I? I think we're losing, and I think a lot of people in the online for sure, and some people in the comment section are losing the fact that comedians on award shows are hired to make fun of the actors. That's why they're there. Like that's why they're there. Like we can't disconnect from that, because you completely shift the narrative when you stop talking about the fact that for the last 60 years, this isn't new. For 60 years, they hire comedians to poke fun at the actors. That's why they're there. That's why Ricky Gervais did the Golden Globes. Yeah. And no one roasted a celebrity audience the way he did in 2020. Nobody ran up on him. And he attacked people personally. Like he went in. I had to watch it again today. I mean, and I laughed like it was brand new. That shit was hilarious.
Assault. You are he was naming names. It was
dropping names. He's like, you talking that trash, but you working for Apple and they got this sweatshop, but you over here talking about you stand by this. He would call Jabari, and the camera would go to those people.
Yeah. But Jabari, here's the thing though. Why would you think Will and Jada, right? As much as they've been in the news lately, why would they think you're sitting in the
front row?
You're in the front. Why do you think that you're
in the front row?
Be the brunt of at least 3 or 4 jokes? I mean, it's definite. The entanglement is a huge thing. Come prepared, right? Like this is what I know. Listen, we got a couple things that they're gonna hit us with. Why not? You know what I'm saying? I think there was something that turned when it was the alopecia, because let me say this about Jada. She instantly reacted to that. She wasn't like Will. You instantly saw her be like,
she was unhappy with that joke.
She didn't like it. And so that was a genuine response, in my opinion, because she was like, she rolled her eyes and was like,
yeah, she wasn't there. She wasn't here for it.
She wasn't. But and Will was not even in tune with her in the moment. He was like completely like looking
in his own world.
And she was like literally like, let me
but
think
I don't know if it's just me, but the alopecia didn't come to the forefront until after. It wasn't
an alopecia joke. That's another thing. It was not an alopecia.
It wasn't an alopecia joke.
It wasn't
at all.
But you can tell that that's what her. So we know the G.I. Jane reference, right? Demi Moore did the whole shaving, so we know what the reference is.
But that's a badass character.
It is. It's a like Demi
was a female Navy SEAL,
right? So I was
Master Chief, suck my dick. That was a great line.
Listen, after all the things everything he could have called her. he called her G.I. Jane. I'd have been like, I'd have stood up like
You know what, Tawana?
Right?
You make a great point.
Yeah.
She could have twisted that to her favor.
She could have. I would have
You
been
make
like,
a great
I
point.
would have had a
Easily.
G.I. Jane video, like a photo.
She should have called her agent.
Like, why not embrace it? It was a funny joke. It wasn't really meant to be humiliating, but I understand. I mean, and sis, like Anna, she was telling me, like, we're humans, we're meant to interact, you know. And I think, like, she'll tell me, like, you need to just call this person, like, just have a conversation, you know. I'd be like, no, fuck that, I'm not talking to this person, like, I don't give a fuck. It's like, it's never going to go anywhere. But Anna will say that to me. It's on Annalicia, y'all. She'll say that to me, and she'll be like, no, I feel like, and I think that this could have been a conversation. Like, I think those are one of this Anna. I do think I agree with this Anna. The people that you said in the past, I don't agree with what you said. I don't like them bitches. You know that.
Okay.
But this,
okay,
you know that. But here's this situation. I think yes, this could have been a conversation.
In that situation that I was trying to prompt you and get you to call. This is the thing. Like, I understand the animal brain. Yes. And the ever-present animal brain, I understand it lights up, but the brain has evolved, and now the frontal lobe, the higher thinking brain, it kicks in and it says, oh, that, you know, this behavior in this setting is inappropriate, and it's going to render negative consequences, right? So like if you're just going to listen to the animal brain, just like, that's a problem for me, right? And if people are going to endorse it, like, okay, you know, people have a moment. It's like sometimes that moment can take someone else's life, right? If we're endorsing it, if we're advocating on behalf of this, if we're saying it's okay because it was a moment, a singular moment can change the course of a human's life forever in perpetuity. Like, we have to be more mindful of the things that we're jumping behind and standing behind. Like, it's a problem.
That's right. That's right. You're right. You're right, sis.
Hey, listen. I'm gonna jump off, but I agree with all of y'all, man. Real talk.
We all have some amazing points. Like, the only thing that I completely hate is blaming Jada for what Will did, but everybody else is kind of like, she got some. Yeah.
No, I agree with Juana. I
gotta go out and come back.
I vehemently disagree.
I know. I agree with Juana. Juana, I agree with you. I feel like Jada, this is a separate issue. Yeah. Focus on Will, and this is not about Black women. No. Focus on Will, and that's what I think. I agree with Juana.
I vehemently disagree. More like
she's like she's
matter of fact, she's the one that's been pushing for him to be more like a thug, like the love of her life, Tupac. She's the one pushing that. But that boy wants to do this. Okay, Will Smith wants to do this. That's what he wants to do. He doesn't want to be a thug. But that night, he was like, all right, I'm gonna give you this thug you've been talking about. You was messing with that young boy. I'm gonna step up to the plate.
Wait, Jen, is that true? Someone just said in the chat, I wonder why Will didn't get mad at Regina Hall for making fun of their marriage entanglement last night. Is that true?
Yeah, she did. That heard she did it. She made a joke about their entanglement. I don't know what it was though, but she did. Yep.
She did. It was light, but it was still, I think, here's what I think, y'all.
Does anybody know what the joke is?
It was light. It was in the beginning, but let me tell you what I think, y'all. I think they came prepared for the entanglement jokes. You know what I'm saying? Like, they were like, okay, we know that the entanglement jokes are coming. We're gonna take about it. But when it was something else outside of that, I think they were like, okay, we're gonna take out our aggression about all these entanglement jokes on this, right? Because the Laverne Cox had just said something about them being in an entanglement, and it blew up. Like, it was huge because she questioned them on the red carpet about it. And then he didn't, you know, they kind of didn't respond, and they didn't really say much. And then they come to the Oscars, they know it's going to be the brunt of most of the jokes. But then when Chris Rock decided, no, I'm not going to talk about the entanglement, that's old news, let me talk about the bald head, right? I think they didn't appreciate him for not really talking about what he knows is probably bothering them the most, right? They didn't even appreciate that. I think he was
maybe and I don't want to justify anything, but now that I'm thinking about it, maybe Will was acting preemptively. Like maybe he thought Chris was gonna go on and on and on, and maybe he was acting preemptively to be like, no, don't even go there.
That's the
Like
right.
that. I'm saying now maybe that's a possibility. It's still the wrong, in my opinion, it's the wrong course of action. If you want to protect your woman, if I can't tell anybody how to do it. Men are going to do what they want to do. People in general do what they want to do. But I think that there's a better way to serve as a protector on a public forum in front of the world. Essentially, there's a better way to do it.
Mm-hmm.
I think he overcorrected because he laughed, right?
Yeah.
So I think he overcorrected, like, oh, well, let me show it, because it's like you did sit there and do the belly roll laugh and the clapping, and she was probably like, yo, like, hey, and then he overcorrected and was like, let me put on my Wild Wild West, act on for her. But
because for your husband to laugh at something that is an insecurity, because she talked about her alopecia being an insecurity for her a couple times, on her Red Table Talk and stuff like that too. So I feel like for him to laugh at it and not connect her alopecia, like women, we do connect stuff that maybe men are not thinking, right? Like not connecting it in that moment, but she connected it instantly. He was like, oh, wait. Now I see why she upset, right? And then he connected later and then decided to react. But I do think that initially he was just maybe not just taking it lightly and not really thinking about all of that. And I know it was bad. It was bad.
I mean,
for your husband to laugh at that.
Juana, again. The man is there to make fun of you. You are on the front row.
That's true.
And let's stop and think about the joke. Like, you Jada Smith, like, you ain't been in a whole bunch of movies. You should have picked up the phone and called your agent. Like, you should have sent your agent a text.
Like,
I want to do a G.I. Jane reboot. That was a epic movie for Demi Moore. That was like a career defining role. You need to send the text. Why are you? I mean, like I said, it wasn't a tag. It wasn't a with your bald head ass. It wasn't a with your cue ball. It wasn't nothing like that. It was, he equated her to a powerful female character. Let's start with that. Second of all, he made the same comparisons they made of Natalie Portman when she shaved her head for V for Vendetta. When she shaved her head for V for Vendetta, they said, "What you making G.I. Jane 2 next?" Like, it wasn't an original joke, and it wasn't vitriolic. The response was completely unnecessary, completely out of hand, and I don't care what it literally, God himself would have to come up and tell me that he didn't do that because it was Chris Rock.
Yeah.
That he didn't do it because Chris Rock.
No, I agree with you 100%.
Chris Rock was not going to press charges because Chris Rock is a brother. I mean, let's just be honest. A brother ain't going to press charges in a situation like that. We just don't. Because then you look like a punk.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Don't snitch. Some of us don't.
Well, no, that's not even about don't snitch.
All of us.
I'm talking about,
but some of us don't.
We know you snitch, but we talking about like man code. Like, you're not gonna press charges in a situation like that, because if you wanted it, you should have gave him that smoke right then. Let it go. Like that's man code. And he knew who he was dealing with. He knew that if he had went up there and smacked one of those, let's call them other comedians, they would have had his ass in cuffs, Will Smith or not. And let's not get privilege twisted. Will Smith don't have Jeffrey Epstein privilege. He don't have Bill Cosby privilege. And both of their asses in jail. So let's not act like privilege is supreme. All of these people are entertainers. They ain't got Bush, Trump, Clinton privilege, where you are literally above the law. Everyone, if it was them other, and y'all know what I mean when I say them other, if it was one of them other comedians, Will Smith would have got bonded out at about 6 o'clock this morning. That's how that would have went down.
You guys think also with Jada, like, Amy, what's her name? Amy Schumer. Schumer, she was on and she was kind of making jokes about them, and she didn't say anything about the entanglement, but she made some jokes and she was really funny. But Jada ain't gonna stop. Jada, I like her. See, I like very like sarcastic. I like what is it? Not dry humor. That's how I am. I like dry humor. I like those more so than like the goofy like Marlon Wayans type character. I don't like those type things.
Yeah,
right?
me
Like,
too.
yeah, I like the dry humor more. So yeah, I like her. She's really funny to me. But she was making some jokes. Jada ain't gonna jump on that stage and punch her in her face, right? Like, no matter if she had said that same joke, would Jada be like, okay, like, because I mean, Will ain't gonna come up there and like attack a woman. I don't believe.
Like I said, it was not.
Oh,
we'll put nothing past him now.
Yeah. I don't think that we would have had that same reaction. I think Jada was kind of like, she rolled her eyes, she was over it, and I think she would have put it to an end. I think that for me, I don't think she incited Will. Now I know Jen do. She thinks that she was like, get up there and get him. But for me, I felt like she was
I know she was. I know she was. He's like, there you go again, saying blah, blah, blah. I know she was. Because he was too happy about the night. Everybody that had a joke for them, like he was really doing that big old doofy genie laugh that he does. That big old doofy genie laugh. And that was the one that was like, she was like, I know she did. And even if not blatantly, again, you know your man's temperament. You know, like, am I saying that she knew he was going to go up there and slap him in the face? No, I am not. I'm not saying that she was like, hey, go up there and beat his ass. But I think she set the tone for how he should handle it. And in my opinion, you're grown. She's almost, she's a mature woman. She could have saved it for after. Like, that was not cool, but I'm going to talk to you about it after. Mm-hmm. Y'all are not kids at the BET Awards. Y'all are not rappers 15, 16 years old at the BET Awards. You are a grown woman, okay? So she could have
even the rappers fight backstage. Come on, man. Let's not act like, bruh. Even the rappers fight backstage. Like, this was on a different level of ignorance. Like the rap, like Puffy and when Puffy and bruh, when Puffy and Suge got into that was real beef. Bruh, the brouhaha was backstage. When Death Row got into it with No Limit, the brouhaha was backstage. And they were at the damn Soul Train Awards, bruh. Like, are you serious? At the Oscars over that joke?
Fat Joe spoke about that today. He spoke about his beef with 50 Cent, and it was backstage.
Backstage.
Serious, because it's the first time they saw each other in person. I mentioned earlier Nipsey Hussle slapped that other guy at the parking garage area where they were parking their cars. So you're absolutely right. This was next level ignorance. That's why I don't see how they can excuse these two clowns. Sorry, that is how I'm seeing Jada and Will right now.
But you know what? Clowns also, you know, he don't fight a lot because you don't want to do that type of stuff on camera. See, hood dudes know, let's go backstage because
where's nobody to break it up.
Right. If it escalates, I don't want to be implicated, right? Oh, it was my security. You know, they always blame it on their security. It'd be them swinging. But it's like, so with Will, it was like, you don't fight, do you? Because you don't want the world to see you fight. You want to, if it's a real fight, you confront the man behind closed doors. You don't do it in a room full of people who are all there to witness what you did. And the fact that no one said, Will, you, like, that entire room, you don't even hear people saying like, that was disgusting. I do hear, not us, not our community, but the other community, they not playing with us. They like, that was disgusting.
No, Will, Shannon Sharp called it what it was.
Oh,
Shannon Sharp called it what it was. Like, he went in. He went in. And like, people don't like I get what people are saying, but Chris Rock is 5'10", about 150. Will Smith is about 6'2", 210. I mean, let's just be real.
Yeah.
Let's look at this. Will Smith bullied a smaller guy. That's all excuse me, y'all. But like, I don't like even coming up, like you'll get hands put on you. Like we don't like you didn't go pick on the little guy because you mad at somebody else.
That's
Like
right.
somebody else punked you, so you went and hit a little dude. Like that's a bitch move. And like we sitting here trying to defend it like it's something that is not. But like Will only did that because it was Chris Rock, bro. He ain't running up on nobody who's, bro. My boy Reese. He ain't running up on you, bro. He's not running up on
How old
you.
is Will, y'all? And how old is Chris Rock? Because that age thing came up because everybody was saying Chris Rock is much older.
I think Chris Rock is older than him.
And
I don't know if it's much older. I don't know if it's much older, but I know he's much smaller.
I know,
like I said, and then that smirk on his face.
Yeah,
bro, that smirk on his face when you walk away, I've lost it. And you know, we talk about how men respond. Let me go ahead and say, I'm a man who has responded incorrectly in a situation involving his woman. I have. You understand? And when I lost it, people pulled me away. People pulled me away. There is no, oh, I'm gonna hit you and smirk and stroll away. When you lose it, you fly off on somebody. Like when a man lose, like we're talking about that. Like Juana, you mentioned your husband.
Yeah.
It wasn't no, come on, baby, let's go. When you lose it, you lose it.
Yeah.
Night,
and Will walked away with this smirk on his face, like somebody who had slapped the kid with glasses on. I mean, that's just what the look was.
I hated it.
What the look was.
Like partying and dancing, and then to see Anthony Hopkins defend him and Bradley Cooper and Sam Jackson dab him up like he just did something big. I'm like, this is not.
These are people who want to work with him. These are people who work with him. I mean, I'm not trying to be funny, but like in the real world, and they don't live in the real world. Right. Hollywood is not the real world. In the real world, if you in any neighborhood in America, any of our neighborhoods in America, somebody would have stepped in and said, bro, you don't hit that little dude. You need to go check your girl is what you need to do. And all of us in this panel know that's what would have happened. But like you sitting here, you running up on him, man, check your girl. Your girl the reason why you mad. You mad because your boy August smacking her up. You trying to go smack this little dude. Go deal with your girl. Go check your girl. Or how about this? Go check the dude that was knocking down your girl. How about you do that?
Right.
But see, Will ran up on a smaller dude. And he did it because he knew he can get away with it. And that's bullshit. And I don't like people defending it because everything else we're saying are excuses. It boils down to that. Will wouldn't have ran up on no real brother. I mean, nothing against Chris Rock, but every one of us know Chris Rock ain't no fighter. Chris Rock has made jokes about not being a fighter. Right. That's why he learned to tell jokes, because he wasn't a fighter. He wouldn't have ran up on, God rest the dead, Bernie Mac. No. Sure wouldn't have ran up on the Murphy brothers.
And he shouldn't have to fight. He was at work. He wasn't.
But the point is, he's a bully. Right. I don't think it was staged. I don't think anything about that was staged. I think that he showed himself to be the person that the old Aunt Viv said he was, a bully. A bully. And she used to say that, and I always said she was bitter because she got written off the show. Right. But she said he was a bully. But she said that over on every interview she could get. Anytime they put a mic in front of her, she said that.
Yes, she did.
And he ran up on Chris Rock because he was smaller and he knew Chris Rock wasn't with it. And he wouldn't have ran up on any of those. I'm gonna be blunt. He wouldn't have ran up on any of those white comedians because he would have went to jail. And he knew it because they would have pressed charges on his ass. They would have pressed charges. And he wouldn't have ran up on 95% of black comedians because they would have swung back. And those are the facts. Those are the facts. We can call it conjecture, but those are the facts.
Listen,
hell no, he wouldn't have ran up on a white man and asked that question.
I am pressing charges. I don't care. You come up.
I'd have beat Will ass. But Will would have had to beat mine.
you're going to like, I don't want to just get you whoop your ass, because you know how when you know how you rather get an ass whoop and then be on punishment. That's how I used to be. I used to be like, oh, I hope my mama whoop me, because then I can still go to the
You still go to the party on the
You know
weekend.
what I'm saying? And if I was on punishment, it's like, oh, I'm so mad. So I'd rather get my ass whooped. So I think sometimes Black folks, for sure, like, we'd rather get our ass whooped. No, you going to jail. You going to jail. I want you to sit in there and be like, yeah, like, you're gonna suffer. So you touch me, you're gonna suffer.
Glenn Lawrence says, look, he needed a situation to change the public perspective of him. For the past year or so, he has been labeled the king of simps. He needed a situation to show dominance. Well, now he's getting dragged worse for being a simp. I mean, my thumbnail was it Thug Life or Simpin? Like, what was he thinking? Right? Bars. But I'm like, now he's getting.
But there are people defending him, Jen. But it worked to a degree, because you have a lot of people in the community defending him. I would have did that too. First of all, let's be honest. Most of these I'm so hard brothers be acting like a little punk in front of white people. Let's just call it what it is. You so hard, but you won't even make eye contact. You quick to shoot a brother, but you won't even make for stepping for brushing against your shoe. White person walk by, you won't even make eye contact. So let's not get started on that. Let's not even take it to there. He's on the Oscar stage. He's at the Oscars stage. There's not going to be any consequences for him. And it sounds horrible, because up is down. And it's only because we're in bizarro world right now, where up is down and left is right. But the fact is, if Will was in the hood, somebody else would have beat Will ass for hitting that smaller dude. Everybody who grew up in any normal neighborhood, normal Black, Latino neighborhood in America knows he would got his ass beat for jumping on a smaller dude who don't fight over something about his girl. Everybody know that. And he didn't even come for his girl like that. The dude made a joke. He was there to make a joke.
I didn't get the tears like, oh, people talk about you and you have to put up with
Right,
it.
he was acting. I already told y'all, during that TV break, his team wrote a new acceptance speech for him. They wrote a new You guys have seen the acceptance speeches. They named everybody who was a part of the show. They named all the producers. They named the grip. They named the dude that got them a bagel. They named their mama from 3rd grade, best friends, former roommates.
Right.
Bro, this was a rewritten speech. They gave it to him and he delivered, because he is a good actor. And he delivered. And you could tell it was a planned speech, because they already had the responses flowing. By the end of the show, the responses were already out there. It was out there on social media. It was out there with the press releases. Like I said, I lost all respect for this man, because you didn't do nothing but bully a smaller dude. That was a bitch move. And I apologize for cursing like this on your show. And I apologize, Juana and Jen, from cursing in front of y'all like that. But I mean, that's really what it was. And, you know.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Jen. This was a great conversation. I loved it. I love you. This is a great, I'll be watching and tuning in, but I got to check out. Bye, Jabari, honey.
Okay.
Y'all keep going.
Love y'all.
All right.
I know I do have somebody else who wanted to cam up. I don't know where they are.
Oh, wow. We were on this long? I'm about to swerve too.
I know, right? Jabari, what do you think about, when you said bizarro world, what do you think about, we got Glenn Lawrence. We have an actor, writer in the house. Hi, Glenn. We good. I can barely hear you, though. You sound real far away.
Yeah, I'm just in the car right now, just driving home from set.
Let's see about ground. Don't go out.
I can't hear you. You.
Okay,
We can't hear you. Okay.
I'll hop back on.
Okay.
It's ironic that Glenn came on, because we were just having this conversation about comedians, about people going over the top in their responses. I think it's interesting that, he was coming in. It's foul. It's foul. And Reese is a big dude. and Reese can handle himself. Reese looks like a dude who can handle himself, and Will wouldn't have ran up on him. And I'm not no tall dude, but I'm a big dude. And Reese and Will wouldn't have ran up on me. And Will's about 6 inches taller than me, 7 inches taller than me. Will wouldn't have ran up on me. Will ran up on somebody who was an easy win. And everybody who says Will was in the moment and he would have ran up on anybody, when Will walked away and that smirk on his face, it said this was calculated and it worked. That's what that smirk said. That's what that body language said when he was walking away. Because if he had lost it, he would have slapped Chris Rock and stood there. He would have slapped, because I've slapped people. I mean, I'm not bragging, you know, it's nothing to be proud of, but I've slapped people, and it is to disrespect them. And when you slap them, you stand there. And you be like, what? What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Yeah,
that's what I thought. And Reese smiling. He know I'm right. He smiling because he know I'm right. When you slap a man, you stand there and you stare him down. Now what? Because the slap is about the disrespect.
He was so confident that Chris wasn't going to retaliate. He turned his back to him and
back on him.
No one who's ready to fight is going to turn their back and give you the pimp walk. He knew Chris was going to stand there and not do anything. He knew it.
Y'all overlooked something.
What's that?
He didn't just turn his back. When Will Smith was walking away, when Will Smith was walking away, he cut his eye over his corner a little bit to see if Chris Rock was coming.
No, if you look at where he looked at Jada. He was looking for her response. He wasn't looking at Chris Rock. He was looking over to see what Jada's response was to what he had just done.
Oh yeah, she wasn't in the frame though. She was sitting over to the right, which
no, she was sitting over to the right. Look at where they were sitting. He looked over to how she responded. That's what that was. And then he smiled.
There's a lot of shit going on in that clip, and this argument is gonna go on for weeks.
Not by me. I'm done with it after the day.
There's a lot of different things going on here, man. And I've been hearing a lot of men.
It's like they both did the fake apologies for political reasons. And now it's like, you know, everybody else who doesn't have that type of security, okay? Doesn't have, you know, everybody else is left fucked basically with the ratchets who are going to jump on their stages, right?
Right.
What's up, Jabari, I wanted to ask you about what you thought specifically of, I mean, even Anthony Hopkins came out and acknowledged him. I'm like, so no one's going to discuss Chris Rock? No one's going to check on Chris Rock? No one's checking on him?
Bruh, that was, like I said, this is why you're dealing with Hollywood and not the hood. I mean, I hate using that word. I hate using expressions like that, especially in public forums. But this is how you know you're dealing with Hollywood. Because you're dealing with people who aren't serious people. You're dealing with people who don't live in the real world. You're dealing with people who live in a bubble. And the bubble runs behind what's popular. They run behind, that's why Harvey Weinstein was able to do what he did for so long. That's why they still give Woody Allen awards. I mean, I'm just being real, because they chase clout. They chase, you know, who can get them the next job. What Ricky Gervais said 2 years ago was real. If Al Qaeda started a network, they would call their agent. Like, these people, they're not living in the real world. And so, whereas everybody else in the world would be like, this big dude jumped on a small dude, which is what happened. You could, you know, that is an unrefutable fact. A much bigger dude jumped on a smaller dude. That's what happened. Nobody expressed any concern for the smaller dude. Think about how odd that is. Think about any neighborhood you grew up in. Would that happen? Just ask yourself that. Any neighborhood you grew up in, would that happen?
Yeah.
It depends on
there's another side to that coin.
Yeah, if they're scared of that guy, if they're scared of the bully, they're gonna let it fly.
But you still go check on the little dude. You still go check on the little dude.
Yeah, of course.
But let me
listen, y'all. Little
jump in
niggas go around trying to report the feed.
But that wasn't the case last night.
Let me just jump on one point. You know, on another dynamic too, that I don't know if I'm being redundant, but you know, Will Smith has also been backed up by Charlie Mack, who has been, you know, if you know the history of Will Smith and you know, they have a song, First Out the Limo. Charlie's the first out the limo, his security. Right. Charlie Mack's street cred in the Philadelphia streets is magnanimous, and I've seen
Right.
it personally because I've worked on their productions down there in Philadelphia. And Charlie walked through the streets. He could walk through the streets with $100,000 in his pocket. Ain't nobody gonna touch him. So Will Smith has been insulated for a very long time in relationship to that. So his feeling impervious to anybody actually getting with him or dealing with him, and building that megalomania in the back of his head is definitely been taking place for quite some time, to say the least.
Yeah, I just think that that's messed up.
Anastasia is incorrect. He laughed at the Jada joke specifically. That's
he
incorrect.
did, and that's. But see, again, he was overcompensating. He thought it at one point. He thought it was kind of funny, but when he saw her reaction, he went to overcompensate because his masculinity has been questioned. Already you got some younger cat smashing your wife. For pardon the urban vernacular, but you got this situation. He's got to recover. He was crying about it on camera, on the show, like all these things. Now he has to show, like, no, I'm still a man, and he in his world, he's the alpha male. In his world, in his environment, he's the alpha male. So he has to now try to display it. And really, at this point in his career, he's good. Like, he literally, like the Oscar was the tip of the iceberg. He's good. He can walk away from whatever the circumstances are when it comes down to the truth of the fact.
He don't
Like,
even
he's
have to
done
walk
everything.
away. He doesn't have to walk away. He's Hollywood's
But no, he
golden
doesn't have to. Right.
Let me ask y'all something. Did any of y'all think they were going to take his award for what he did?
No, not for a second.
No,
not for a second.
Not at all.
Not for a second.
Even if they took it in gesture, he still got it technically. You know what I mean? Like it.
I was worried about it.
May affect his ability to vote, but
a couple other people.
Yeah, they weren't going to take it. These are the same people that gave Woody Allen an award after he was with his doggone stepdaughter who was living in the house with him that he groomed. These are the same people that gave Roman Polanski an award after he anally raped a 14-year-old girl and left the country to avoid prosecution. So we're not exactly dealing with the church choir here. So, they weren't going, for a fight. For a fight. Now they'll call him all kinds of names behind his back now, probably. They'll probably call him all kinds of names behind his back, but he gonna still get the vote.
Yeah.
And the Oscars. He's a part of the Academy now. He gonna keep his award. And it may be a few people who are afraid to cast him, but not many. He's gonna work when he wants to. And Will produces now. He produces television shows now. So Will doesn't.
It don't matter now.
Yes, he doesn't need them anymore. The only way they could hurt him, and this is what they could do, but they won't. They could, those pending FCC fines, which they'll, if they're levied, they'll appeal. But he dropped the F-bomb twice on national TV, on a nationally televised show. Over 1,000 stations. If they hit that with the normal $10,000 fine, with a normal $10,000 or $15,000 fine for every station it went out to, Will's looking at 15,000 times 1,800. Everybody will feel that, because you're talking about over $100 million. Anybody will feel that, but they're not even going to do that to him. That's the only way you could hit Will back, and they're not going to do it because, again, we're dealing with degenerates who could care less about stuff like that, who would care less about the effect that it has when some dude is at a comedy club sitting in the second row and a comedian clowns on him or his girl, and this dude pops off on the comedian. Like, they don't care about that. That's not their concern, even though that's what happened when it's all said and done.
I'm going to inform y'all on something. So you know how everybody thinks that Will Smith is this soft dude or this pushover? Like, he is from the suburbs. I know the boy. I grew up with him. So Will Smith is not that soft nigga that y'all think he is. I played ball with him hundreds of times.
I'm not saying he is. I'm saying that he acted soft. I'm not saying he is soft.
I mean, like,
I'm saying that
I've
he
been
acted soft. He acted like a bully.
I've been hearing it for years, all through social media and everything. The boy,
Yeah, but
y'all remember
those people are
the
stupid.
boy,
Most people are
he's big. He's a big motherfucker, man.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like I said, dude about 6'4", 210. Like he ain't
He
no
would have
little boy.
done that to someone else. I'm telling you.
I don't
He would
think
have done
so.
that to someone who was bigger or from the hood, or I promise you he would.
I don't.
He was emotional.
I don't think. He's soft. He's a boss. Obviously, he's a boss in his family and a boss in his career. He ain't no thug though. He ain't no street dude. Will Smith's
No,
not,
I see ball with hood niggas.
crazy. He's not Nipsey Hussle. He's
Right.
you know what I mean. He's like I don't think he's a punk. You know what I mean. I think that was a punk move.
And that's my point.
He's definitely not no thug, which is why he himself said he felt like he could never be a Tupac for Jada. And he felt intimidated by her memories and her pining for Tupac. He knew he wasn't that.
Jen, I am very, very upset at people saying that Tupac is a masculine man or a thug. Hold on, let me explain something to y'all. Tupac started his career wearing hammer pants and a step gun be haircut with blonde in the shit.
Right, but
he was a hype dude.
And he's the most feminine rapper.
But Will Smith, we know who Tupac was. He was an artist. He
Right.
But wait a minute. Tupac is the softest, most feminine rapper that ever walked this earth.
Because that's not how Jada presented him.
Oh, I would
to
say
him.
that.
That's how she
Tupac
presented
is
him.
a
And we
stone
know
cold
Tupac
bitch,
was a
dog.
poet and an artist and all of that.
He's a
But
fraud.
let me
He's
say
just
this.
like
Let me
the
say
rest of
this.
these rappers,
Let me
man.
say this. In relation
Well, he
to
was
Tupac,
he was smart enough to make Will Smith feel intimidated. Will Smith's words, not mine.
right.
His words.
But
If Jada
defense
picked it
of
like
Tupac,
masculine men,
let
he
me
would like
say
Will
this: in
Smith.
defense of Tupac, and just to qualify that statement, I had a security company during that time. Every event that we saw Tupac come into, there was a fight. Tupac didn't have a problem throwing his scraps. Now we may know now undercurrent, he may have some masculinity challenges in his own mind and wanted to overcompensate. Again, when you're that type of individual, then that's what you're gonna do. But when you say that he was a punk and he was soft, nah, that cat always was quick to get in the scrap.
Yo,
That's just
I know his kind, yo. I know his kind. They do that when there's crowds around because they know somebody will break it up. Tupac in a dark alley or in a jail cell with the door locked will curl up in the corner like a bitch. I promise you. I know his kind. It's a fraud. All these tough niggas put on this fake facade and they fool the whole fucking world. It's only one way to really know.
Will Smith then what is Will Smith?
Okay,
Will
let's
Will Smith is the official thug.
can
No,
we
he
just
ain't
be
no
real
thug.
though?
Will Smith
Like,
is
I don't
a
think
real
it's
nigga.
about thugging or
Will
not
Smith is a
thugging, to be
real nigga.
honest.
He don't cuss on his raps. He never put himself out here to be a tough guy. He was a clown and everything he did. He had to be himself. That's what's a real man to me. When you can be yourself and be the first platinum selling rapper without cussing, come on, man. That's a real nigga to me. Tupac,
Will
young shit.
What are you talking
But
about?
Will
Vanilla
wasn't
Ice
himself.
Diamond. What are you talking about?
Will Smith can't be himself. I mean, that's
I
been
agree with that.
evident.
I
Like
agree
that was
with that.
okay. And
Not
here's
anymore.
the thing: Tupac was more revolutionary to the culture at the time than Will was, and still nobody puts Will in their top 5. All right, Will's known as popcorn rap, and it was good. I love Big Willie style. I love the Wild Wild West. Okay, like I give him credit for it, but he didn't change the culture. He didn't, although he was a pioneer. Let's not get it wrong, but he didn't do much for the culture as Pac did. People are still talking about Pac. Pac is still in the top 5 of people's conversations. All right, and if you want to say, well, I'm saying top 5, you know, because he's always somewhere in the top 5. But let's be real. Pac is not even here. We're talking about a dead man who has somebody's old lady still pining after him in the grave. So
but you know that's also martyrdom.
But
There's an aspect of martyrdom, him dying tragically, and
yes,
that dynamic. So
but
you
I don't
have
think.
And I would say, and I will challenge you on this point, and I would say that, you know, Will Smith did change the culture because he changed the business of hip hop. He was able to kind of turn it into a broader marketplace where it was not. And that was the one thing. And he transitioned at different levels, and he took the aspect of being an MC or being a rapper and having the ability to transition from just being a rapper into being an actor, then a respected actor.
He took it mainstream. He took it mainstream and he cleaned it up. Yeah, I'll give him credit for that.
That is changing the culture.
Yes, but not he didn't do monumental work on the scale that he's been that people would respect him for. That's what let's just be what it is. He's not respected in the culture, in the music game, as much as other people that are not even here anymore. But that's irrelevant. But that's part is irrelevant. What's relevant is this is what's relevant. Will Smith got mad over a joke and slapped somebody over a joke. But did he slap August? No.
Well, we know that he didn't. And you know,
exactly.
We don't know what happened with August. In the truth, we haven't heard that, but we don't know.
I think Will Smith. If Will Smith slapped August, it would have came out like, yeah, I slapped that dude for sleeping with my wife.
August speaks very openly about what happened, and
so if Will Smith would have slapped him, I think he would have.
Very openly about all the details. If Will Smith smacked him, he would have said
exactly
because he says he talks about the whole dynamic of their marriage and the seduction and the sex and the depression and
so maybe he didn't have the opportunity to. I mean, because I don't know too many husbands that if they found out about adultery that they wouldn't try to go and deal with that.
They got an open marriage, bro. Like they have an open marriage.
Allegedly, why would he get mad?
You got to look at it from the optics of this, right? For the last year and a change, Will Smith has been the biggest meme of the simp kings. No,
I agree.
Okay, hands down. And he did that to himself.
Yep.
Okay. And then here he's trying to change the narrative. You know, like when you over explode over something small, like if your kids, spill a glass of water on the floor and you may have just washed the floor, but it's just a little bit of water, but you mad about something else, right? You're like, you just blow up. You're grounded. That's it. No more water for you. You get no more water. You get dehydrated water. You got to suck on air. You got to drink the air. You want, you know what I'm saying? You can do something ridiculous and fly off the handle because you're trying to reestablish yourself. That's what he did. And it was the dumbest move he could do because all it did was make him look weaker as a man, all honesty. And honestly, he's defending a woman's honor that the woman's not even that honorable.
I say they don't have no honor.
Honor wasn't in question, and the honor wasn't in question at the moment.
Exactly.
That's another thing. So that's where, again, the whole overcompensation scenario, and I'm gonna tell you the next play, and I agree with Jen in relationship to this. There is some theatrics when it comes to all this. That the next move is he had a mental health breakdown, and he's been laying the breadcrumbs for that dynamic when he's been stuttering on camera, and he starts talking about in interviews when he starts talking about his father and the physical abuse with his mother, and you watch. That's going to be the reparative action that they're going to pull from.
He just had a mental breakdown. I mean, how many guys know if you slap a dude, if you punk a dude, how many of you going to cry and asking and needing Denzel and Tyler Perry and all these people to console you because you are so distraught that you just either slap somebody or because somebody made fun of your wife's bald head?
I didn't go holler at Chris Rock.
I thought that.
Let's not act like Jada wore hair, bro. It wasn't even. I couldn't even tell the difference. Like, I'm not trying to be funny at all, bro. Jada been going to the same barber as us for like 10 years. She ain't wore hair since what was the show with Denise Huxtable? Since she never wore. She ain't wore hair in decades.
Since Jason's Lyric, she ain't
worn hair since Jason's Lyric, bro. I couldn't even tell the difference. Bro, this whole thing, Realist just said something that hit. And it's something that I said earlier, and a couple of people have said. This man has been poked, and what's his name just said, this man's been poked, and he went off on the wrong person. We've all seen it happen. Somebody nagging you, that person walks away, and the next person that even breathes wrong is who you explode on. But this was not, it just wasn't a situation.
Jabari, what was funny was that that's not even what happened. He laughed at the joke. He was laughing
right.
tonight. So he was even triggered by Chris Rock. He was triggered by Jada's reaction to Chris Rock.
Right. That is the truth right there.
That's what
that laugh was fake. That laugh was phony as hell.
Her reaction.
Even if the laugh was phony, he made the laugh. It was still Jada's reaction that triggered him.
Hey, listen,
even if the laugh was phony.
He was not charging the stage during that laugh. That is the point. He was not charging the stage. He was comfortable in his seat, clapping his hands and laughing. She twisted her face up. And
when they cut away, and this is what Lupita, whatever her name is, whoever was at the table, this is what was reported. He was laughing when the camera cut away. She looked at him, he looked at her, he leaned over and she said something to him. And whatever she said to him is what flipped the switch.
Yo, listen, I agree with y'all, right? But listen, I really do believe that when Jada looked at him, that was the straw that broke the camel's back. But when Chris Rock was telling them jokes, Will Smith had the look on his face like the fat guy that you're roasting on the playground, and he's laughing along, but you know he's still hurt, even though he's laughing with you. You know, he had that look in his face. It wasn't genuine. I wasn't buying it, man.
But it was one joke. Why do you make it sound like he was at his own roast?
But you know what? Jen really just said something good again in the chat. Really just dropping kind of some good stuff.
He did Penelope Cruz. He was just going through people and
husbands. Yeah, he was roasting people.
He wasn't getting roasted. Will Smith was not sitting there getting roasted like the fat kid in the schoolyard. What show did y'all watch?
Right.
The spark was lit. He got up and smacked the nigga. You know what I mean?
No. Let's call it what it was.
What did you say, Jabari?
No, I mean, Realist said that he's had the feeling for a while that Will Smith was just gonna snap at some point on someone. And I think and I can go along with that. Like I can go along with that. When you saw that man, and I don't follow a lot of the foolishness. I hate to put it that way because I know a lot of people do, but I'm not into celebrity culture like that. And even I thought Will was gonna snap because people was like clowning this man. And I always thought Will was kind of corny, but I never considered him a punk. You know what I'm saying? So I was saying, man, this man is going off, and I thought it was going to be one of these entanglement dudes. You know what I'm saying? That he was going to go off fly off the handle on. But I agree. Like, everybody was looking at this man like, bro, you just going to keep taking this? Like, you going to just let her talk about you like this? You going to let her keep disrespecting you in public like this? Like, you going to let her put your business out there like this? And people were like, bro, at some point, you thought you were going to, everybody thought he was going to lay into somebody. I didn't expect it to be there on that stage. I definitely didn't expect it to be there on that stage. And it wasn't warranted. I'm going back to it wasn't warranted. Chris Rock was there to make fun of celebrities. Like, we keep ignoring that part. And the worst part is this ain't Will's first award show. Like, he knows that. This man has been going to award shows for like a decade and a half. He knows that. And no matter who you are, if you're up for Best Actor, Best Picture, they're gonna crack on you. They're gonna crack on you. And the fact that was the joke, bruh. It's just. But that was a bully move. Like, that was a bully move. Like, and that's why to me it's just not cool. It was a bully move.
Will made himself look more like a joke. The whole thing. Okay, because look, you're laughing.
The memes are bad.
You're laughing. You're like, ha 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 ha. Oh shit, she's not laughing. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Can I grab my balls out of your purse? Okay, I got it. All right, here I go. Here I go. I'm a man now. You saw that? Denzel ain't got nothing on me. For real though, like he had a straight King Kong that shit. And the funny thing is that
But it wasn't him, it was the devil. Denzel told him it was the devil that made him do that.
I got a question, yo. Do you think Deathstroke could kick Hancock's ass?
Oh, I would smoke that boy. hey, let me tell you this. He was a cuck in Hancock too. If you watch the movie, he was a cuck in Hancock too. All right. His girl and him have these powers, right? And she moves on and he has to leave her alone. He has to watch her love from a distance. Okay, because when they're together, he dies.
You're not allowed on my sofa now.
He was a cuck in Hancock. Will's been a cuck this whole time. Let's just call it what it is. He doesn't want to be a cuck, and I sympathize with him. He doesn't want it, and I don't. And you know what the thing is? I think he's so in, like, you know, when people like stand on something and they just like stand on it to the point where like it's now even bad to stand on it, and it's like, you know, he's so much invested in his position, like, we ain't never gonna break up. We're gonna be married for life. I don't care if I gotta share my wife, but we're gonna be married for life. Like, that's his position. And he's so invested in that, you know, mentality that he's overcompensating to the extreme. You know, you know what? It's funny. The only person that did damage control during the whole entanglement thing was Will Smith. Jada didn't do any damage control.
Didn't care.
And
She
she didn't give a shit. She's like, I love that shit. You know what I'm saying? She was playing that song in the background, Entanglement. She's like, that's my hit. Okay. But let's go further. After the entanglement was the episode with Gwyneth Paltrow, and she's talking about like, yeah, you know, sex with my husband ain't all that great. Damn. Now we know why now we know why she's sleeping around, because you ain't dicking her down right. Okay? So now we have
keep attacking his manhood.
Exactly. Really, I think what he did was he slapped Chris Rock, really wanting to slap Jada, be like, God damn it, why can't you just bring some hair tonight? Okay, can you just bring some hair?
He should slap her next time he hits it. He wants it rough. Fuck it. He should slap the shit out of her.
I really think that slap was meant for Jada. But, you know.
I agree with you. I agree with you on that. That's what we thought. We thought it would be a domestic violence thing at some point.
Seriously.
Or that he would lay into, I really thought, because she was just too disrespectful to this man over the last year and a half. Like, she was like this, like people that respected Will was like, bruh, really?
Yeah.
Like, you gonna let her say that? I mean, that's really what, like, it was constantly like, you gonna let this chick say this about you? You gonna let her do this?
I don't care about them either way, but watching that, I was like, ooh, like, she punked you. Like, it was gross to see. I was like, okay, so she wearing the pants over there. And that's something that you think in passing. You don't even invest time in it. You just watch that red table talk, and it's like, she's talking about dragging this 20-something-year-old to and fro and smashing them and entanglement, and you sitting there.
With your money.
With his money. With his money. They were going on vacations together as a family.
Yo, can somebody please tell me what the fuck an entanglement is? That was the first time I ever heard that word. An entanglement is what happens when two couples.
That was her way of describing her smashing her son's friend.
Two electric eels fight. That's an entanglement. The chick cheated. So when the chicks cheat now, they're going to start, oh, it was just an entanglement. What the fuck is that?
They will.
But this is what I don't understand. How do you cheat in an open relationship? How?
No, because he crossed the line. I guarantee, you know, I think it's Hef that has the open relationship, the one that's polyamorous.
Yes.
He said it. They're rules. Like, polyamory works because they're rules. They're things that they're lines you don't cross. They're people that you don't do. Like, you still can't, like, without permission, hook up with somebody's friend or somebody's family member. That was their son's friend. Like, and this is, I'm not even like in their business like that. And I know.
Do you think Cedric Kelly says Jada's a predator? Do you think that she's a predator?
A predator?
She a cougar.
She ain't no predator.
She a cougar. She ain't a predator. She like young ding dong.
What the hell? She a predator.
She didn't lure him and drug him and tie him up like Cardi B did. She ain't Cardi B is a predator.
Yeah, Cardi B is a predator.
You don't have to drug a man to be a predator. I just think that this kid, you know, Jaden brought him home. The story was Jaden brought him home. He was going through problems. He's raising his siblings. He has a very troubled life. And they brought him into the family to help him. Jada was like a mother. She was being a mother figure to him because he doesn't have a mother, right?
Look how sick that is.
How did she end up having sex with this kid and discarding him? That is predatory.
It's lust.
I got one question. Where we go? Jen, you're a mom, right?
I am.
Do you like fucking little boys?
No.
Okay, predator. That's it. That's it. Hey, think about it. Think about this. Think about this.
How old was he? How old is the kid? How old
think about this real quick.
20 years younger than her.
20?
If Will Smith should have said there's no sleepovers ever. No more sleepovers ever at my house.
Wait a minute.
Jaden,
I
no
date girls
friends.
that are 30. Am I a predator?
Well, let me qualify my statement of Glenn. Glenn is funny because I had a best friend who we were already like in our 30s and 40s, and she started dating kids that were dating her daughter, right? That age range. And I got out of the friendship. That was just one of the reasons why I got out of the friendship. But I automatically thought to my nephews. I was like, if this woman seduces one of my nephews, our friendship's going to end very badly. So before that even happens, because she's this type of person, let me remove myself since I'm the one that has the issue with it. And I removed myself. So I cannot picture my son or my daughter bringing home a boy who doesn't have a mother, who's having money troubles, who suffers from depression, who's raising his siblings, and I somehow find a way to get turned on by this child. Because if I'm in my 40s, 20 years younger than me is a child, okay? So for her to see him and throw, and this is Jada Pinkett Smith, she has access to the biggest and brightest of males, adult males in Hollywood.
Facts.
She has pick of the litter. She decided, no, this kid that my son brought home, he's better for me. That's predatory.
Think
That's
about
predatory
this.
in my opinion.
Hey, my daughter's boyfriend is 50 years old, and I don't have a problem with it.
But it's different, bro. It's different because the issue isn't just the age. Because I date women in their early 30s, late 20s. So it's not the age. It's the fact that she was a mother figure to this man. Like she brought them, she brought him into their house. She would take them on vacation with them. Like she almost groomed them. It's almost like, you hear this, like the stories of like your boy Woody Allen, like grooming his stepdaughter and entering into a sexual relationship with him. It's not the age. It's when you're in a position of like a maternal role, or you're somebody's teacher. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I taught school and I coached. It's like you got somebody who's your student and they're your student in 8th grade and you're always with them and you're like mentoring them. And then when the person turns 20, y'all get married. The fuck? I mean, excuse me. I try to, but I mean, it's like, but that's sick. Like clearly this ain't new. Like this is something that you've been cultivating for a while. And you can't, like, that's not normal. Like, that's not right. Like, that's not the age situation. That's something is mentally wrong with you. Like, you are, I would call her a predator, but, and I don't want to go, I feel like we're going off on a tangent on Jada, because Jada's not the topic.
Right,
but Jada is the topic.
Ridiculousness here. The realist says, in my opinion, I honestly don't think Will had other women. Can we stop?
Will banged Eva Mendes, bro. Will banged Eva Mendes, bro. And I would have too.
Will Smith can have what he wants. That's Will
Smith did it. Will Smith was loyal to Jada Pinkett Smith for 20 some odd years. Is that really what you think? Like, what planet?
No.
Hell no.
Let's just say this. Will Smith and Jada have been caught frequently this certain resort in Palm Springs where people play on both sides of the team, and Will has been alleged participated in these events. So big Willie style is doing the getting jiggy with a lot more than just women. Let's just say that.
But a lot of them in that position and in that tax bracket do. A lot of them do.
Right.
I've heard a
I
lot.
think it's the only way to get in that position. I think you got to cross a line to get there. Real shit.
That's that. Yeah, I've heard that.
I know a lot of celebrities, Joe. I know a lot of them.
I know a lot of celebrities too, and I know a lot of celebrities that won't go that route.
Yeah, no, they won't. But
They won't.
like, what else is there beyond the groupie? Oh, a German Shepherd. Like, a lot of them are weird.
Here's the reason why we're talking about this. Let's talk about why we're talking about this. Because we are talking about a man that was spiraling down and had a breakdown. That's what it was. There was probably a lot of stress. There's probably a lot of stress that he had going on with all this building up. The stress from, wanting to win an Oscar. Okay, because let's face it, very few black men have won an Oscar. There's only been 5 maybe?
3 or 4.
3 or 4. I think Denzel, Will.
Sidney Poitier. For best actor, yeah. Denzel, Sidney Poitier, Will Smith. Nope, not best actor, supporting actor.
You got, supporting actor.
He didn't get one for Ray?
No. It was nominated, but I don't think he got one for Ray.
I don't think he got one for Ray either.
So there was a lot of stress on him. Okay, I think like Rilla said, this was going to happen. It was a matter of time. Let's figure out. I think he picked his mark really well.
Oh, he did. So that's 4.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, so that's the 4. That's the 4.
He picked his mark really well. He picked the perfect opportune time because let's face it, even if Chris Rock wanted to stall off on him, he couldn't. He had to be the adult in the room. That was the position that he was in. He's like, okay, I made the joke. I'm the one hosting this thing. I'm opening this up. I have to be the one in the room, the adult in the room to bring it back. Now, do you think Chris Rock probably wanted to stall off on him backstage? Probably. I know I would. Slapping me in public like that in broad daylight in front of everybody. And hell no, you ain't going to get away with that. But he had to be the adult in the room and hold composure. Will Smith had a mental Will Smith had a mental breakdown yesterday. That's what it was. That was a sign of a mental breakdown. He lost it. And
brother, did you notice the genius moment that Chris Rock had?
Oh yeah.
Chris Rock took that smack and turned it into one of the greatest Grammy lines of all time, Oscar lines of all time. It's going down in history as the greatest line of all time. Period.
Yeah.
Genius.
Definitely the greatest response.
He done was not hit Will Smith.
No, he didn't win it for Collateral. He didn't win it in Collateral.
No, definitely
it wasn't Collateral.
It was.
He won one for Ray. He's the 4th.
The problem with the narrative is twofold. Because you have one side saying, yeah, Will did right. He stood up for his wife. She has alopecia. He stood up for her. Good for him. That he's a strong man. That's how men are supposed to be. Stand up for their wives. Okay. I agree with that to a degree. I agree that you're supposed to for the honor of your woman. Yes. But you can handle it in a more masculine way. Let's look at every way he handled it. He handled it in the most feminine way possible. He overreacted. He went up, slapped the man, and then cries about it. Then cries. And then you notice who didn't console him? Do you know who did not console him at all?
Jada.
Jada didn't console him.
Again, like she be sitting there like
she's like
the ice queen.
She's like Pac would have shot him. Pac would have shot him.
The meme, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, let's face it. And then what does that show you? Even his own wife didn't care about. She stole the night. We're talking about Jada because she stole the night from Will in all this, and Will gave it to her on a silver platter.
I agree with that.
Okay. You know, this was supposed to be his night, but because her career ain't good and she got no hair, okay, she made it about her. And he made it about her.
Because it's not about, I agree. It became about, oh, look, Will defended Jada. Will is defending Black women. I'm like, he won the Oscar? Oh, he did win the Oscar. That's secondary. Realist, you keep talking about he had a mental breakdown. That's all it is. So do school shooters. School shooters have mental breakdowns.
Right.
Like they also snap. They also like, oh my God, stop picking on me. I'm gonna go back and kill 25 teenagers because I snapped.
Hey,
We have to stop giving excuses.
My homeboy thinks this is a publicity stunt to get them two to do a movie together.
Huh?
My homeboy thinks this was a publicity stunt to get them two to do a movie together.
Chris Rock and Will Smith has had
your
beef for years.
Your homeboy should take a nap.
Yeah, Will Smith and Chris Rock have had beef for years. That they're never going to do a movie together.
Yeah, but we would all tune in if they did, and they know it.
Hey, you know what? I'll watch it as long as Chris Rock gets to slap Will Smith in the movie.
Hell yeah. Or bang his wife or something.
Hey,
that'd just be one of many.
But you know what? Here's a sad thing, because this is a bunch of guys and we're talking about this. Let's talk about it from in all honesty. What he didn't earn him any points. It took points away from him.
I agree.
Okay, because one, let's face it, I don't know any guys. I don't think any of you guys would stay with Jada after everything that came out, right?
Hell no.
Because she is dishonoring. She dishonored him. She dishonored her man, and all that, right?
The kids are grown, right?
Yeah, kids are grown. So she dishonored him. So in our eyes, it's consensus. She is not a woman of honor. So for Will to defend a woman of no honor, it shows Will's mentality and how little Will thinks of himself. If he thinks that he has to honor somebody that's not worthy of honor, then that shows you where he values himself. You know, he doesn't feel that, you know what I'm saying? Because would you have a dishonoring person in your life? If somebody that you feel that was no, because you value yourself that much, because you have honor, you value your own honor. So you're not going to let somebody have no honor around you.
You know what's funny? It didn't fix. I'll say this, right? Because I'm like, it frustrates me that he's so protected by the industry, and I feel like it sets a precedence for people to attack artists, right? That's one part of it, but it doesn't fix his problem, which is public opinion. Will's problem is public opinion. Will's problem is the critique. Will's problem is the memes, and they got worse overnight. The memes got worse. Jada is on those memes like, oh, Pac would have shot him, or it's like, oh, but why didn't he do this to August? You know, Will is just mad because it's March and she's always in August. You know what I mean? So they got worse. So his
that's funny.
Because obviously the acceptance of his peers don't matter. It's that public opinion, and that public opinion still grinds his gears, and he made it worse overnight. Those memes are bad today. They're humiliating today. They're bad. So the smack did not help the memes. They're worse now.
Well, you know what's funny? This is how bad they are. Right after the slap, Will and Jada's production company started hiring. They're looking for producers. They're looking for imagery producers and digital content producers and PR, a whole PR team. It was literally last night. I got the email. I got the email last night. People are like, "Yo, are you seeing this?" And it's funny because this is what I do. I work in this industry. I know some things that the average person doesn't know. And literally, I saw the email and my buddy sent it to me, and he goes, "Why would anybody want to work for them now?" And it's true, because if they both lack accountability. Okay, Will Smith lacked accountability and he showed his ass, and she lacks accountability. regardless of their relationship dynamics, whether you believe it was an open relationship or not. If it was an open relationship, there's rules to that. You don't just, it's not a free for all. It's not a free for all fucking. It's like, you tell me what you're doing and I'll let you know what I'm doing, but you don't do it behind my back. The biggest thing people think, and for those in that lifestyle, people think cheating is not cheating. And it's true. Sex is not cheating in that situation. But you know what cheating is deception. To deceive me from the truth. You're cheating me from the truth. So she cheated Will from knowing how deep that relationship really was. And she still cheated, whether she was in an open relationship with him or not. The fact that she didn't reveal how deep her entanglement really went was the cheating. And she misled him to think that it wasn't what it was, because she was ready to leave. She was ready to leave him for August. Hey, there was 3 months she wasn't nowhere near his house. And it was during the summer in August. Okay. So
there are pictures on the red carpet together, like her standing with August.
Yep.
Alsina. Like those pictures on the red carpet were like.
And is that you said on the red carpet? Is that their that's the show that they had?
That was
no. I mean, August Alsina was literally on a red carpet, Hollywood red carpet with Jada, and the pictures look really suspect.
Oh wow!
They don't look.
So you got
to get cable TV. How did I miss all this, yo?
Me too. Well, I don't pay attention to this shit, so this
yo,
sorry, Jen. I'm sorry, Jen. I do keep cussing on your show.
I want to ask a question in the chat.
Smith, when Chris Rock told that joke, I would have looked over at Jada and be like, "No, wow, like you bitch, man."
But look, here's a question for the chat. I want to ask a question for the chat.
So this is them. That's Jada and August.
Woo!
That's when she was playing mommy to him. And then this is them on the red carpet together. So they were really like, you know, she was showing
in a relationship.
They were in a relationship.
Yeah, this is I'm doing this with the little boy.
Oh wow.
Oh, I would have laughed at that joke. I would have went over there and rubbed her head and been like, "Oh!"
Like, look, don't they look chummy? Like, don't they look? I mean, look at the body.
Look at the body. No, look at the body language. Look
the
at the
leg
body language
crossed over his hand around her waist, butt level, hip level, hand on the hip.
So they
take pictures with me. So.
And they went on vacations together. Like they were at dinner together with Will there. So Will was probably thinking, oh, this is Jaden's friend. All the while she was smashing him. So I agree with you, Glenn. It was like she didn't let him know, like, no, I'm smashing this little dude.
I think that's the biggest problem in all this is that we are saying like, oh, they had an open relationship. That shit happens. No, it was still cheating when you're deceiving your partner, period. Whether it's physically, okay, when you're not telling them who you're smashing or whatever, or if you're lying to them about whether you threw the trash out or not, you're cheating them from the truth, okay? It's still cheating. At the end of the day, don't cheat me. Don't cheat me. You be 100 with me, okay? Lying to me is cheating. And when we look at it this way, and here's a question for the chat. Ladies, this is for the ladies. Here's all the ladies. I'm gonna go ladies first.
Do we have any ladies left? I may be
the If we do, here's the question.
I see no ladies.
If your man was banging your daughter's best friend, would you stay with him?
Woo!
Put a 1 if
Better
you would.
Would you kill him?
2. Put a 2 if you won't. A 1 if you would stay with him, a 2 if you won't. Jen, I'll throw it to you.
You gotta ask Jen if she'll kill him or not. I don't even think that's the appropriate question.
That would be really ugly. Like real ugly.
Really hard? That's a decision?
No, she said ugly.
Ugly.
Oh, okay, good.
That would be really, really ugly because that level of disrespect, you're right, even if we are open or casually, you know what I mean, committed, that level of disrespect like my daughter's friend.
There's a YouTuber that did something like that. I ain't gonna say his name. There's a YouTuber that did that.
There's no coming back from that. Like there's no justifying it. There's no red table talk. There's no. And then you're gonna talk about it in public about how you slept.
People get killed about that, bro. People get killed over stuff like that.
And then hold on,
like for real.
Let's take it another step. Hey, after that, let's say you guys patch things up, and then he goes on talk to his buddy Malcolm, and he goes, "Yo, Malcolm, man, let me tell you, sex with my wife sucks, man. Like I'm just not into it. Like she can't get me to salute. I'm just like, it's kind of starfish. It's just kind of blah. You know what I'm saying? Like." You know, like she don't even know how to ride it. She just kind of like lays there
in public.
Would you stay with them then?
No.
Afterwards, I say afterwards.
After that. No, you wouldn't. All right. So then let's go to the third one. Let's say you're up. Let's say you're going. Let's say you are up for an award, and your man got a big old nose, and somebody said, "Hey, I'm waiting for you to audition for Sesame Street, Snuffleupagus." Would you go up there and slap the girl for making fun of your man? You probably look at him like, ugly ass Snuffleupagus. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I would do exactly what Will did. I would laugh.
Exactly. So let's be real, ladies. He's not being romantic. It's nothing romantic about doing that and staying in that situation. And I found this interesting. And this is like a kind of off topic, but try to think of a romantic movie where a woman stays with the guy after the guy chooses another woman. Think about The Notebook. The Notebook is a huge movie, right? Ryan Gosling gets passed up for another guy, and then she comes back. Okay, yeah, you're my real love. All right. Let's look at Forrest Gump. Jenny, why don't you love me, Jenny? I may not be smart, but I know what love is. Okay, and he stays by her side. And we talk about that's a romantic movie. Oh my God, Forrest was such a romantic. Oh my God, Ryan Gosling was such a real romantic. Why can't I find love like that? All those movies are highlighting, and this is what it is. All those movies are highlighting are men looking past women's bad decisions and accepting them without consequence. And that's what we call romance today. Think about a movie. Is there a romantic movie where a woman did that? Name one romantic movie where a woman let a guy pick another woman and then she stayed there waiting for him. I'll wait.
Now I gotta research.
I'll give you one.
Okay.
And it's not even really that dynamic.
Okay.
My best friend's wedding.
I
didn't
see that.
He didn't stay with her, but he still married his woman.
I know, but he had that moment of oh, do I really want to get with my best friend? Remember,
it was literally a moment though.
Yeah, but
the whole movie was her chasing.
Movie. That's probably.
But she had consequence because when dude wanted to get with her, she wasn't interested. And then when he decided to get married, then she changed her mind, and they spent the whole movie trying to convince us to cheer for her.
So let's not.
Which I never did. Let's stop
romanticizing this whole Will Smith is a good man because he stayed by his woman. He looks past her mistakes, and she had little bumps in the road. You know, let's look past that and call it what it is. Will Smith has a codependency issue on a toxic woman, right? And he actually invested not only his career but his identity into her. If you think about it now, attacking Jada is like attacking Will Smith's identity. Making fun of Jada is making fun of Will. And that's how bad it is. He doesn't have his own individuality anymore. He's not himself. He's not a man anymore. He's a man in physical biology, but he's not a real man. He's a feminine man.
He used to be the king too, man. It's sad.
Do you really think she has that much power over him, or is him wanting not to fail?
No, that's what I said last night. That's what I said at the beginning of the chat. One look did it.
Fail.
Jen, one look. One look. He went from laughing to swinging on a dude in front of dozens of people.
She's like, look. She looked at him. She gave him that look like, if you don't get up, you're gonna be $350 million broke.
Why isn't Will Smith in jail this morning?
Why wasn't he in jail?
Because he's Will Smith.
Time in front of the whole world.
Because he's Will Smith. Because he did it to Chris Tucker, because he did it to Chris Rock, and Chris Rock is one of those guys who's not gonna press charges.
Yo, all Snoop Dogg did was call Gayle King a fucking doghead bitch, and they was ready to cancel him.
But yeah, and what Snoop said was kind of legit, but that's a whole nother thing.
Will Smith is the poster
first
boy.
of all, Snoop Dogg, see, now y'all want to fight talking about.
Oh, I'm not a fan of Snoop. I'm not a fan of Snoop.
He's a degenerate, and he continuously attacks black women while licking white women's asses in public. Okay, he is a buck. He is a bed wench. Let's not go there. Let's not go there with Snoop Dogg.
I don't think y'all want me.
I never heard a dude called a bed wench before.
Hey, let's
I
just
got a
say
picture
this.
of Snoop Dogg with his nails done. Long stiletto nails.
This may sound real bad. This may sound real bad, but Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, we call it henpeck.
Snoop Dogg is Martha Stewart's whipping boy.
Thank you. I have the pictures to prove it. Every time he's licking chocolate off her fingers in a video. But when he's pictured with black women, they're on leashes or they're bitches and hoes. When he's with white women, he's smiling from here to here. He is a bed wench around white people. Please don't talk to me about nobody's Snoop. Please don't.
And let's face it, the only person Snoop tried to diss has been Eminem.
He's a pig. That man is a pig. I don't find him. I don't find him being the fuzzy uncle. That
And the reason why Will Smith didn't get charges pressed on him because he won an award.
Even if he didn't win, he wouldn't have got the charges.
Oh, I think if he didn't win, there would be charges facing him because one, let's look at it from the legal standpoint. That's disturbing the peace. That is a misdemeanor.
I know what bed wench is for, and I appropriately call them a bed wench. I know bed wench is supposed to be for women, but when you have a scarf on your head and a white woman is lifting her finger so you can lick chocolate off her finger on video, you, sir, qualify as a bed wench. He is a bed wench.
I know people in Long Beach that have no problem saying they ran Snoop out.
Yeah, I heard that too.
I know these people. Like I work out with these people. They tell me like, no, Snoop's not allowed here no more.
Because it's similar to like what I was saying about Will Smith. You know what I mean? Opening up the floodgates to disrespect comedians. I feel like Snoop did that as well with black women, even when they are educated, wealthy, and successful. For him to say what he said about Oprah and about Gayle King on a public platform in front of millions and millions of people and have millions of black men agree with him, he is a pig. And what the message he gave was, even when our women are educated, well-read, well-spoken, successful, and wealthy, they can still be dog-faced bitches if I say they are. That is what Snoop did that day. Again, not a win for black people, a loss. And that's why I said way in the beginning, you have to understand what a win is and what a loss is. That was not a loss. He shouldn't have been cheered on for that. I don't care what Gayle King asked in an interview. She should not have been disrespected on that level. But again, it's similar to Will Smith. I don't care what the joke was. No one should have been slapped in the face for it. So I'm like,
my issue with Gayle King goes way deeper than anything Snoop said.
I'm like, I'll trade 10 Snoop Dogs to bring one Nipsey back.
Wow.
I rest my case there.
Hey, Jen, let me get my closing marks so I can get out of here.
Okay. Yeah, no, we've been on forever.
Yeah, we got to go. I got to go.
Today is a dark day, a day of Hollywood and entertainment. I feel bad about this. I really love Will Smith. And I can't wait to see all the bullshit videos when I sign off from this one.
Oh, my God. It is. Woo, talk about trending.
As usual, thanks for letting me on. And Deathstroke, you have motivated me to buy 100 more pounds from Amazon. And now my bench has gone up 20 pounds since the last show. I'm about
That's
to be a
what's up.
coordinator, man. I'm gonna give you
That's
progress
what's up.
reports as I improve.
Hey, for real, hit me up. Let me know
All right,
how it
good night,
goes.
y'all.
Good night.
Good night.
Easy,
Thank
bro.
Love all
right.
y'all.
Oh, here's a question. Here's a real question that I really want to. I would love to know.
Uh-oh.
What?
No,
is-
fuck Snoop Dogg for disrespecting black women and becoming rich for disrespecting black women. Fuck Snoop Dogg, not fuck Oprah and Gail. Fuck Snoop Dogg. If you didn't hear me say it the first time, fuck Snoop Dogg. He is a degenerate. Okay.
That doesn't have to be mutually exclusive, but go ahead.
I think. Okay.
All I know is Oprah put hundreds, not dozens, of black men through college. No one here can say that, and Snoop Dogg can't say that. Even
That's
with
true.
his league football team, okay, he's a degenerate. He's a
No, I
degenerate.
agree.
For the
No,
culture.
I think Snoop Dogg is he hasn't been the real Snoop Dogg for a really long time. Okay. I think he's been scared ever since murder was the case. And he has been impersonating a gangster since then.
I think so. He's a caricature, you know, and there are a lot
Oh,
of
yeah.
caricature thugs
Yeah.
around. But
But
I feel the exact same way about him. Like,
Okay,
I'm not a
so
fan.
disgusting. He's
let's
disgusting.
get back to this thug life or simping or whatever the.
Oh,
you
wait,
know.
but real quick. Speaking of Jada Pinkett, Red Table Talk, and Snoop Dogg, he was on her Red Table Talk, remember, talking about the whole Gayle King thing. And Jada Pinkett's mother questioned him, like, yeah, but, you know, you've been calling black women the B's and the H's for a long time. And Snoop literally said, when I dropped the gospel album, nobody wanted to hear it. So I went back to the B's and the H's. So he's fully aware of what he is putting out regarding black women. He is fully aware. He literally said, I dropped the gospel album, nobody wanted to hear it. That was his justification to Jada Pinkett's mother. That is who he is.
I don't think he has any fans in here. I mean, maybe in the chat. I can't see the chat, so.
I like Old Doggy Style. That's about as far as
The
much of a
first
fan I
album,
go.
yeah.
Yeah.
But
First
going
album.
back to, let's close because he's a whole other show. But going back to
Here's
back to what was the thing that I said? Wait.
You went off because you went off, boy.
Yeah, because I'm telling you, he grinds my gears because what he's done and how he came up. Like, it's like, yeah, I don't find him amusing at all. Like, he's not amusing. Okay, thug life or simping. What was Will thinking? We can close out.
Okay, let's ask the question. I'm not sure if you already hit this up, but what would be considered? Are we saying thug life is like being a man? Or
Thug life, like, you know, attacking somebody else, like being a thug, like, yo, I'm gonna go up there. And,
all right, so punking somebody, punking them, putting them in their
right.
place.
Yes,
Okay.
let's do that.
Will got punked, and then he punked Chris. The real gangster and the real thug in that whole dilemma
Jada.
was Jada.
Yep.
Hey, you know you a boss when all you got to do is this.
Look.
Like, you ain't got to say shit. You
Okay,
just already got something going down. Like, so the real thug was Jada the whole time. Like, in every mob movie, does the Godfather kill somebody? His hands never are dirty. Never dirty. Like,
never.
No. He actually gives you a kiss on the cheek. It's okay. Come here. You know what I'm saying? Tony, go kill him. You know what I'm saying? Like, somebody else handles the business. Will Smith is a foot soldier for Jada, which only shows how much of a simp he is. And you know what? For those that think that Will Smith was being a white knight, you're right. If anybody thinks that Will Smith was being romantic, you're wrong. Okay. He was, it wasn't, and again, it was, he needed a moment. This was less about defending Jada's honor and more about saving face and trying to reestablish some sense of dominance.
And he failed at both.
And he did, because he just showed how much more of a woman he was. Now, How would I have reacted if I was Will Smith? I would have laughed. If I did go up there, I would have gone to Chris's ear and be like, hey, we're going to have a little conversation after that, all right? Okay? Me and you. Mm-hmm. Let's cut the commercial real quick. Simple as that. If I would have got up there. But to do it and then cry, that's the part that threw me for the biggest loop. Because if I would have all right, here's the story. Many moons ago, I wasn't this very nice guy. I used to get in a lot of fights.
I didn't get the tears either.
And I ended up knocking this dude's teeth out, so I ain't got a knuckle there. Clear right out of his mouth. Because my brother and sister are mixed, and he called them the N-word. And you know what? That didn't work for me. So I took his 2 front teeth out. And as I'm beating him on the ground, I told him, say you're my bitch. And he said, I'm your bitch. That was the end of it. Like, it was it. I stalled off on him. I didn't cry afterwards. I didn't feel bad.
No tears?
I did not shed a tear at all. You know, I laughed. I really did. I loved watching him walk around town with no grill. You know, like I still don't have remorse for it. Okay. What does the difference between me and Will? You can say, well, Will has remorse for his bad actions. Okay. Why are you going to cry on national television about it? Why? You're just drawing more attention to yourself.
And he didn't apologize to Chris Rock after. He apologized to the Academy and the Venus.
He did apologize today. He did release an apology.
No, today he apologized. Yeah. I'm saying last night. He didn't show
No, he did it.
And he released an apology. Let's be honest. When you do a released apology, instead of getting out there and saying it, you're not saying any of that. That's your publicist putting that stuff out there. Like, that's none of those words are yours. Like, not one is yours.
Everything else, he gets on Instagram for everything else, but not for an apology after that.
Because he didn't want to. He had no desire to apologize. I mean, it was in the end, we go back to he picked on a smaller guy, and for all of the stuff that we're talking about, and you're 100% right. He saw his opportunity. And he's like, this a dude who really ain't about that. Who, if I square up on him, he's got enough sense. He's enough of a brother, to use the term loosely, to not press charges. He ain't that I'm gonna go run to the police type. But at the same time, he ain't gonna square up on me and make this a tussle. It was a bully move. Like, bottom line, it was a bully move, and that's just not cool to me.
Well, he knew that Chris Rock was not in a position to respond. That's what made it more. Look, he was for certain. He knew exactly what he was going to do. He said, I know I could slap him right now publicly, and he can't do anything about it. Because if he did, the Academy would have gave him some serious fines, and Chris Rock would have been blackballed. Not Will Smith. Because the narrative is Will Smith is defending the lady's honor. Chris Rock is bullying the lady. And then now Chris Rock is retaliating for getting put in his place. Then Chris Rock would have been canceled. So Will Smith knew going into this, he can't do anything to me. I'm untouchable. And that's the problem, in my opinion.
Okay, how do we end it with this? Because I'm not. I have a short. How again?
Easy answer, simping.
I have a very short fuse, and when I cut people off, I cut them off, like bad, like off, like you're dead to me. You're in the sea of forget. I don't even think about you. It's such an indifference. Like, it's a skill I have, actually. So how do we move forward from this? Like, it's like he disgusts me now. Do we still support his films? Do we still this is just one mistake? We gotta love Will Smith. Like, how do we rationalize this as a people? Like, Chris Rock is apologizing. Will Smith is halfway apologizing. How do we rationalize this? I don't want to see any movie he's in now. Like, I'm disgusted.
I think that's taking it too personally. because then that's taking like emotion. That's having an emotional attachment to this incident. Now, I'm not one to like a lot of things. I don't agree with everybody, and I like a lot of people and let they stand. Like, I don't like a lot of things that Trump said or Trump did. There's certain things that I liked, some things I didn't like. Okay, but I can respect him as a person in the positions that I like him in. I don't have to like Will Smith as a person. I think he's the biggest vagina that walks around with the penis. But I could say, you know what? In Bad Boys 2, he was hilarious. I would watch Bad Boys 2 again right now. Mike Lowry, hilarious. Everybody wanted to be Mike Lowry. All right. Even Will Smith wanted to be Mike Lowry, but he found out that August is Mike Lowry. Okay. But here's the thing. Like, I could respect his craft. I can respect him for what he does. I don't have to respect him for what I'm not going to take any relationship advice from Will. Okay. And I'm not going to take any punching techniques from Will either. Because the way that he did that slap, I mean, it was all.
This is the second time he slaps a man. He's not a punching guy.
No, I mean, I was like, come on, man. I thought you did Ali.
The first slap was even worse. The first slap was like this, the backhanded slap to the guy. Yeah. All right, so I'll respond like this. I understand what you're saying. I'm not taking it personally for me. I'm taking it personally what I feel he opened the door to happen to comedians that I love very much, that I have very good friends that are comedians. That's what I'm taking personally, what he opened the door for them. Because Will Smith, I don't care about, let's face it. I'm not a huge fan of his, later movies. I like The Pursuit of Happiness, but he's not somebody that I'm running to the theater to see. If he's in a movie, he's a great actor. I think he's a huge superstar, but I just don't like that. Like that, I just can't digest that. I can't digest that. No one in a big Hollywood position is gonna say this was wrong and this was dangerous. That's what I can't digest. Even with Chris Rock, like I'm turned off to Chris Rock. Like, how could you? Like,
why would you apologize?
Like, even apologize to him, but say, hey, this was wrong, guys. Don't attack comedians. Like, can you say that? Can you put that disclaimer out?
I think that there should have been. I think Chris Rock had an opportunity, a really good opportunity to really shine in this, and he didn't take it.
I agree.
He could have said, as a comedian, we make jokes. And, we make jokes about ourselves. We make jokes about other people. We don't mean them personally. But if you are so soft-skinned, if you are so emotionally fragile that you can't take a joke, that shows us that there's something wrong with our culture. And and then that could have been something him leewaying into, we need to be a culture that has tolerance, that could take criticisms and jokes that are maybe not the most, funniest jokes, or maybe we're the butt of the joke, but we need to be a culture that could be able to withstand a little bit of embarrassment and not take it to the extreme. Because if we are going to start attacking people over a joke, then we are risking the lives of other people. And as a responsible man, I think that Will Smith needs to get his diaper changed.
That's really what bothers me. I know I'm gonna get over it. I'm still in shock because I'm also a performer. I'm a comedy writer. Like, it's like, I'm just in shock. I'm just like, how is this happening? How is this okay? And then to happen at that level. This wasn't like, DC Young Fly and, some other car comedian or some other fly-by-night Instagram comedian. This was like as big as you can get. This was Will Smith and Chris Rock. And I think that is sending a huge, dangerous message. And that's really what's bothering me. But I will get over it. I will encourage all my comedian friends to be about some whip ass. If somebody tries to go on stage at them, I'll always continue saying that. I just think it was foul. There's no way around it.
How do you think Richard Pryor would have handled that situation?
He would have kept clowning them.
Oh, for real? I think he would be like, fine, I'm not talking about your wife. I'll talk about your lame ass. And then he would have just roasted him.
Right. But I don't, Jen, when you guys were on the other panel talking about comedians, I missed it. I went back and watched the whole thing. And I actually won't go deep into it, but Jen and I spoke afterwards. And I have a passion for comedy. I mean, I'm not funny. I definitely couldn't do what you guys do. Like, I respect the craft so much, but I am a fan. I'm talking about Mom Made Week. Like, I love old comedy. Like, I love comedy because the ability to make someone laugh is just so important in a society. Like, it provides the commentary politically. It provides, comedians say what we really can. And that goes all the way back to the court jester. The court jester would say the things that the king that no one else in the court could say. He would make the king, he would do it through laughter. And then the king would go back and think about it. You see what I'm saying? So to lose that, and it's a culture war. Like, you can't look at what's going on right now and not realize that it's a culture war and there's a war against comedy. And I think that we're going to look at this, and this was a battle that was lost by comedy, and it's a big one. Like, it's a Stalingrad in World War II. It's a Gettysburg in the Civil War. Like, this was a really bad moment for comedy in this country, because Chris Rock is the biggest, one, if not the biggest, top 3 biggest comedians in the world. And for him to just be disrespected like that and there to be no consequence at all, what does it say about the guy who's doing the Laugh Factory right now? What does it say about the guy who's doing the Comedy Club, the Laugh Spot? All of these clubs that you guys have probably never heard of in cities like Atlanta, cities like Jacksonville. What does it say to them that the biggest comedian can be disrespected? You see what I'm saying? So I really hate this. I really hate that it happened. I have no respect for Will Smith. I feel like he's become an enemy in the culture war. And I know it sounds bad, but I look at it in absolutes like this. Like, he's become an enemy in the culture war because horrible damage was done last night. And we won't understand how much until we can step back and look back on it. And I agree with what Apex just said. Chris Rock is a part of the problem. He became a part of the problem by apologizing. He definitely became a part of the problem by apologizing. So he may have saved the Oscars, but he hurt comedy. It's not what he did last night, it's what he did today that's going to hurt comedy in a way that it just might not balance. I mean, comedians already perform with handcuffs on. Yep. Like, I ask all my comedian friends, man, would you get up and do, what act would you really do? And it's one thing to say, well, we got to think through it more. There's more nuance to it. There's just certain jokes you can't tell. There's just certain jokes you just can't tell. And the joke last night wasn't one of those jokes. It just wasn't one of those jokes. And for us to go, it was just bad. And that's my take on it. I'm not going to elaborate more. It was jacked up, and he hurt the ability to engage with our, like they say, political and economic betters, because the comedian was always the one who could do that, who could knock him down a peg. Who could always knock them down a peg, and they laugh about it. And then, we don't realize, we never think about, and I'm sorry I'm on a tirade, but we don't think about who the Rat Pack performed in front of. Like, we just see their shows. We don't realize that they were performing in front of a room full of Southerners, making them laugh, and making it okay to see that group on stage together. We don't see that. We don't see Nipsey Russell, and we don't see Red Fox in his comedy. You never look out into the audience, so you can't appreciate what they did for the culture and for the country. You guys were talking earlier about Pac and Will, and you can't appreciate what comedians have done for this culture And our comedians have helped take this country from where it was to where it is. And there's an assault on it. And last night made it so much worse. And I'm going to shut the hell up because
I think
just a
that,
bad
you
day.
know,
I agree. And now, Glenn, if you want to say something, but I'm not. I can't even follow what Jabari said because it's everything that I'm thinking.
I think that, you know, what last night showed how far left we have gone as a country and as a culture. And I remember when Kevin Hart apologized for his gay jokes, and I thought that was unnecessary. And now fast forward to now. The way comedy does something for people, it's a beautiful art. And if you really look at comedy, most comedy comes from pain, from an embarrassment, a personal experience, you know. And people are comedians have to be vulnerable enough to make fun of themselves and other situations. And if you're going to stifle their creativity and make them be self-conscious of their vulnerability, then we are going to see the death of something so beautiful of the arts. And I think the one person that could save this is Chris Rock. I think Chris Rock needs to come out and do a special and talk about what was going on in his mind when he got slapped. And I think Chris Rock would do a really funny job doing it. You know, talking about the experience. I think he could redeem himself in this. But as a culture, as a society, look where we're at. Look where we're at. To the point where if you tell a joke, you're likely to get slapped. Somebody's going to walk on stage and slap you. And, you know, I'm sorry. I don't think comedians should ever apologize for their jokes.
I agree.
Okay.
Ever. Never.
I don't think comedians should ever have to apologize for their jokes.
I agree.
What happened to freedom of speech? What happened to self-expression? That's what comedy is. And the funny thing is, the crazy stuff that they say, we all relate to some degree or another. We're like, hey, I know exactly what this person's talking about. Am I not the only one? Thank God I'm not the only one that's been in that situation. And we realize that there's a sense of like connection that we have with comedians that tell these stories and tell these jokes because we have been there ourselves, but they just have the balls to share it. And when we are going to attack an art form as beautiful as comedy, there's really that says that there's not that much left that we have that we're allowed to be expressive and free. If we can't be free in comedy, then there's not much left that we have when it comes to freedom.
I totally agree. You gentlemen summed it up perfectly. And just to remind people of how far left we've gone, a joke about G.I. Jane, too much. Cardi B, promoter of blood gang, prostitution, stripper rap. Wet ass pussies. She's gonna be on Baby Shark cartoon. Her and her husband. Used in Baby Shark, but G.I. Jane joke, too far. That is where we are as a country. Too far. The stripper can go play with the baby sharks, and we can broadcast that to our children. G.I. Jane joke, too far.
The stripper that drugged people and stole their money
and bragged about it.
And bragged about it.
And bragged about it. Yeah, Baby Shark, but G.I. Jane, too far. And that's where we are, unfortunately. All right, gentlemen, thank you so much for doing all these hours with me. I appreciate you so much. I'll be back on Wednesday for Hump Day for a sexy show. We're going to talk about non-traditional relationships and sexual relationships. So hopefully Big Hef will be back for that. I know Mark Randall will be back for that. So we'll pick it up on Wednesday. I'm still a little brokenhearted about this situation, but I'll get over it like I get over everything. But you guys summed it up perfectly, and I'm gonna clip this and share it. So thank you so much, and keep it funny.
While it's legal.
Be easy.
There you go. All right, guys. Good night.
Later.
Good night.
That was tough for me, but I'm glad you guys came. I felt supported by it because it really did break my heart. Chris Rock's apology really broke my heart. I was like, yeah, this is not okay. And I feel like his apology made it okay. I feel like all the powerful people supporting Will Smith has made it okay. There's no excuse. I don't care what. I don't care if fuck alopecia. I don't care if Jada Pinkett was missing her entire head. It is not okay to attack a comedian. I don't care what y'all say. It is not okay. That wasn't protection of Black women. That wasn't protection of a wife. That was an attack on an artist. That was an attack on a genre. That was an attack on all of us, okay, who have a fucking opinion. And it's only going to get worse. So again, be careful what you champion and what you applaud and what you laugh at, because it may be you one day on the other end of that powerful mob and influential people that are telling you, go fuck yourself. I do what I want and you can't do anything about it. So we have to be careful about that. We're not the only ones here. We got our children coming up after us. So thank you, chat. If you're catching this on a replay, thank you for watching till this all the way to the end. And I will see you Wednesday. We're gonna have some fun Wednesday on Hump Day. It's gonna be a sexy show. It's going to be interesting. We'll learn some stuff. Hef, I'm going to need you back for Wednesday because we're going to talk about non-traditional relationships. So we're getting really deep in the sexuality of it. Okay. All right, guys. I love you all and good night. Yeah, I'd like to see what Godfrey has to say about this. We'll see what side he's on because a lot of people like to kiss the asses of the elite. So we will see. All right, guys. Good night. Tristan. I hit you in the DMs, of course. Ill Doctrine. Thank you, guys. All right, I'm out. Mama's hungry. I'll see you guys on Wednesday. All right, good night. Bye, Reese. Thank you for coming through. And I'm out.